How we all doing tonight? We're gonna go ahead and get things started here for our final Freedom Planet 2 live stream. Or, you know, for now, final stream, because maybe a game we return to in the future, but the first playthrough is gonna be wrapping up tonight. It's been a long time coming. We started this first playthrough when the game came out all the way back in September of 2022. So I'm looking forward to finishing this one up. But hey Matt, how you doing? I'm gonna go ahead and get the game here started up. And let's see if it captures right away. Let's find out. The answer's no. No. Just give it 20 minutes. There it is. PC game capture sometimes in OBS can take a hot minute. Let me turn this down now for it's too loud in my own ears. Yep, there it is. That's loud. There we go. That's much better. I always gotta set my headphones down to like 20% because of how loud this game is specifically. So last time we ended, we picked one of our routes for the second half here of Neera's story. So if I remember correctly, we're on our way to the jungle.
A massive fight is happening in the jungle nearby.
Safe bet it's Carol doing her Carol thing.
If it is, I'll sniff her out.
Retrieve her safely, but do not forget what she has done.
I'm still not sure exactly what that is because we don't know. She's just gone and that's it. Doing alright. That's good to hear. I'm doing alright myself. Thanks for asking. Oh no. I forgot I still had like the hard things on. Huh. Well, we're doing hard mode because I don't want to quit the stage. It's a good thing there's shields like right in the beginning, so this shouldn't matter. Should be another one up here soon too. Completely forgot how we ended things last time. We don't have anything on.
Hide from me, monkey boy. Return the syntax drone to me at once, else my overwhelming power will blow your mind into a million pieces.
No way, Ashtray! I found it fair and square!
Yeah! Your voice is so annoying. Just give me the robot.
No, your voice is annoying! Prepare to be silenced!
They're both annoying.
Your voice is annoying.
See?
And I fire my missiles.
They're both very annoying. F1 agreed. There you go. That's a lot of health.
This fight can work to our advantage. As we surreptitiously aid Serpentine in his attack, we can strike a crucial blow to Nerva's forces.
That's right, man! It's a bad sound! If we get this back, we'll be very sick!
Better we face something we decide. This is our chance to turn the tide of war.
No! He'll put danger to the environment! Look at what he's done to the forest!
And the freedom of Shang 2 is at stake, ladies! I don't like the idea of either of them having syntax. We saw firsthand how dangerous it is. Let's focus on getting it back first.
Still kind of prefer you guys, I don't know, spoke up a bit because you're very quiet in comparison to all the other explosions. I think even if I tweak that in the settings, it'll still be kind of the problem. Refilling the shield, immediately loses it. Yep, that's about right. Snake Man's Mega Man 3 boss. In a sense, yeah. I can see it. It's gonna fall. That's probably for the better. Grab this, because I think we're nearing the end, if I remember correctly.
Dodged it!
Did I go behind the background there for a second? Because I think that was wrong. Also, this is wrong, too. Sure.
I'm invincible.
I don't know why I'm grabbing the help. It's entirely useless. I'm just gonna bait this one over here. This. Didn't get the kill from that, but that's fine. I can do this. Easy. How'd that not hit me? Take those, I guess. Alright, we're gonna bait the bomb over here. Completely whiff, but that's fine. Okay, maybe not. There you go. Easy enough. Just let the bomb do the work for you. Easy. Alright, that was the thing. Why? Just why? I'm gonna turn up my headphones a bit. I want to hear myself a little more with my ears. I just can't really hear me for whatever reason. Well, easy S when I forget to turn off the one-hit KO badge. I'm not gonna do that again. Next stage, I'm taking it off. I'm gonna fix it. Adjustment. That should be good. I like how loud the game is. It drowns my own voice out of my own head. What was this again? 25, 25. So that's a 50. And what was this? This was the element burst and pedal armor. Okay, I'm gonna go with option 1.
Syntax is here too? It's like, well, it's like a jungle in here.
Hey, get away from her!
Maybe because it is.
Oh, but she's very dangerous. You should let us fix
That line never made any sense to me this whole time playing.
She's the heart of my latest, greatest buddy yet.
It's like a jungle here. In the heart of a jungle.
Her is the conduit. All 3 combiners can be operated by a single pilot. Maximum action, maximum firepower, maximum...
Maximum depression. Also maximum screaming.
I get the feeling we're about to find out.
Hello indeed. So kind of you to fix my throne for me, monkey boy.
Hey! No fair
Maxima? Ah!
I am not cheating.
That's more or less what it is.
And now nothing will stop me from... As I was saying, nothing will stop me from...
You'll be sorry when
That's still one of my favorite bits in the whole game. Him trying to say his massive plan and then Ash just rock, rock, rock. I wish I just did more with that. I really do.
Then join me. The great and generously giving Lord Brevin is always looking for new recruits.
Don't listen to him. His offers are steeped in lies and deceit.
Oh, yeah, stop it.
And you, dog, I repeat my offer. Or would you rather your friends learn the truth?
What truth? That you're a miserable snake?
Join me, little one. You may yet live to see your parents.
So you're not only a cheat,
Except for
but
trying
a
to
liar
mom up,
too.
but are you sure
Brevin
about
sure
that?
knows how to pick 'em.
Fine. Then witness the
It's the
power
meme
a fully
of-
operational syntax.
Like what, Dwayne Rock? Or
Initiate
no.
code black.
Which one was it? It's the "Are you sure about that" meme. I just can't remember the person now. Just lost, like, right out of my head. But it's that meme except for rocks. That's all.
My playmate!
John Cena, thank you. I just kind of blanked.
Yes! The infection is perfection! Your army is mine now! Go forth! Eliminate them!
In light of our mutually assured destruction, I believe a truce is in order.
Oh yeah, don't forget this. What? Okay, that was some weird layering. I'm gonna go up here, actually. I don't think I went this path in any of the other playthroughs. Maybe I did. Although the ice skating on water makes so much sense. It seriously does. And when you do a double jump right before you hit the water, too, that also makes so much sense. It's like you're jumping off the water. Oh, missed. There you go. I don't know if this is considered backtracking. Okay, yes, it is. It's like, I don't know if this is backtrack or not, but we're going this way. It's supposed to go this way, then. Shield. Man, you get so much momentum from that speed boost power. Although I get more momentum by just going forward in the air.
All three combiners! They're the only way we're not getting split!
Actually, I don't know why it went up. It's better to stay down. This counts as spikes, right? Yeah, I had to make sure. I'm trying to think. Is there a shortcut I can do for this? Yep, I can just walk on it. Yep, that double jump OP. I already know what the last one is. Nice. Shortcut. And that's it. Now we get the player Transformers. Gurren Lagann. Or Evangelion.
Got a surprise
Or insert mech anime here.
Activate!
It's too many.
Do we do something now, or...? Say activate! Oh, okay. Activate!
Activate!
No. We all have to say activate at the same time!
You cannot be serious. That song and dance routine is required for this thing to function.
Get out of my sight, eyesore!
Activate!
Look, man, it's a design flaw we didn't actually realize in testing. Just kind of went with it. Sounded cool in the Oz head. Some of those platforms you can just walk over and it's fine, but some you have to jump, even though it's like the exact same height. Like sometimes this robot decides to use his platforms as stairs. Come on, charge. There you go. This does a lot of damage, just a little risky to use that move. I like a lot of the moves here, really, because just how this is very combat focused, so you kind of more just wail. Not much strategy here. still think just the charge missile thing is probably the most effective thing to do. Yeah, it definitely is, because that was fast.
Power of syntax, I should be invincible!
Excuse me, sir, you're in my way. You're just a giant wall. I want to move. Thank you.
You're pathetic.
Still like with the newer update, they have that animation going between the ranks now. It just looks very clean compared to how it looked when the game launched. It just, oh, by the way, it's this thing, and it just pops up with the letter.
And now what's yours is mine! Huh? Where did my playmates go? Guys? Hello? You guys are jerks!
I never understood in that cutscene, why does the bubble move in the way it does? Because when they do the zoom out effect, Ah's bubble start point is nowhere near where Ah is. But then when they zoom in, it's right where Ah is standing. Why? It seems a little backwards.
Lilac, about what
Like the thing moves away when Ah moves out of camera. It should move towards where Ah is. So maybe just leave it where it was. I
I'd
don't know.
trust you over Snake Man any day of the week. And when you're ready to talk, I'll be here.
Seems like a majority of these
Now, let's
cutscenes
go
are going to
find
be very
Carol.
similar between all the characters' playthroughs. That's kind of why I can point out more of the different workings of the said cutscenes now, because of just, we've seen them at this point. It's kind of like the same song and dance. It's more or less certain lines may be different here, depending. Got a headache from like constant shrill shouting. Yeah, that sounds about right. Matchup was the worst, but it definitely was an anime thing. Feels very anime to me. Snake Man is a mean man. He just has to go back into outer space and leave us alone. Oh, by the way, while you're here, can you buy my items, please? I like it's just nothing to do with this. But while you're here having this conversation with me, can I have your money? May as well just... No, I wanted to buy that. Also, okay, I kind of skipped the first part, but yep, I got to raid the bar. There's some cool stuff in here. Somehow I can use it for my potions. Syntax and Bangu really do have a lot in common, don't they? Wonder who built them. That was the last of the water dragons. Now you know the reason behind that. What am I supposed to do now? Can we Sash Lilac, the vendor of Shang 2, and Sash Lilac, the water dragon? How? Why? The moral questions. Speaking of anime. Alright, well now I get to pick my next path. I think because of order operations, because when we started this playthrough a few weeks ago for Neera, we want to go through based on story order, because Neera's about order, she loves law. So, I believe the next one in order here is Echoes of the Dragon Floor. Because both of our next missions have the same difficulty. So I have to just assume based on left to right order. That's correct.
Or there won't be a Perusa left.
Oh, we can blow a hole in the side of the volcano! Then all that lava will plop into the ocean and nobody gets turned into charcoal!
Okay, one.
That's what we're doing. I just want to check something.
You want to stop a volcano by blowing it up?
She's not wrong. That lava is coming out one way or another, so we might as well do it in a way that's safe. Well, safe-ish.
For this plan to succeed, we must create a powerful explosion. Mila, that explosive color-changing potion of yours. I don't suppose you could create a more potent version.
I think so. I just need a few ingredients first. We can probably find them around the island. I'll make a list.
Then it looks like we're going on a scavenger hunt.
That cutscene was like the perfect length for me to check some stuff behind the scenes. That really worked out.
I'll call Zhao when we're ready. He can help us reach the peak.
A full-scale eruption would be disastrous. Safe wins.
Yeah, it'd be fine. Don't worry about it. Volcanoes are not a threat. Am I right? Please be right. After my little joke thing I did last week, I had to make sure my audio settings were correct inside of OBS, because I actually had to change an encoder for that joke too. As stupid as that was, the April Fool's joke took a lot more work than just turning a system on. You're a little more awkward to fight with Neera. It's mainly just because of how her combat is. Not the best, like, aim with her projectiles.
Everyone, I'm sending you a visual. Come in. Can anyone read me? Useless. Looks like I'm on my own again.
Man, that's ass. She knows, like, yeah, I can only rely on myself. So I'm gonna just rely on myself. That's about right, though, for this character. That's just how she was in the first game. She was very much not a team player. For the shrimp. Ah, well, there goes my water shield. I kind of would have preferred to keep that for longer. I love this song, by the way. It's in the stage. It's so good. I can't remember its actual name in the OST. I never remember off the top of my head. But it's like one of my favorite songs in the whole game. It's just really good. I don't think that's... No, it's enough. Never mind. We're good. Have they... I'm curious if people know this one. Maybe if they keep track of some of the news from Galaxy Trail better than me. Have they released this soundtrack on anything that's not their own YouTube channel yet? Because I would love to get this in like an official source, say like Bandcamp or something. Because from what I know, I think it's only on their YouTube channel still. So hey Kira, how you doing? Bit unfair not to be a team player in the situation. She's far too underground to reach the others. Essentially. The joke on that one, more or less, is just she knows she can't rely on other people no matter what, but it gets kind of accentuated here. I love that momentum. I really do. I had to go back, by the way, to some of the older builds of this game to see if that was a thing for Neera beforehand. This was added into the game, her momentum. Original builds did not have this momentum at all. She did not have, like, the lunge in the air work the same way. This was added to the game later, probably because of fan feedback. They probably want something similar to how, like, Mila was with Neera. Just like having speedrun tech with her. So maybe that's why I added this kind of like super fast movement when she's attacking later in development. But also Neera was a very new character. They were actively changing her throughout the game's builds. Because the first build of this game came out in like 2017 for like the alpha state. The next one, like it kept on getting updates here and there, but like the next patch of it wasn't until like a few months after, and then I just kept on doing like a new build every few months. For, like their demo on Steam. I don't think they finalized Neera really in terms of how we see her now, or just how she plays out until close to release time. So I would say around 2021-ish time, 2022. That's when she started to get the momentum on her attacks. I always love looking at the beta stuff. I like to see what changed in the game before and after. Essentially, just seeing where they started a project and where they got at the very end of it all. It's just a very fascinating thing to me. 'Cause I always just like to see all the different changes a game has gone through and what things made the cut and what things didn't. Also, a lot of what ifs, like what if they had more time to do this thing or that thing with a game, or to restore your gameplay elements. And sometimes those what ifs are more interesting than what the game itself is. Sometimes those what ifs really were a thing that could have sold the game more for people. One of my favorite beta ones actually to go to, because, you know, we played stages, we can just have whatever talks. One of my favorite betas I've, like, explored through was the Yoshi Woolly World beta, because that game was going to be very different art style-wise at first. It was going to still be, like, that crafted look with yarn, but it was going to be a little more realistic, like, taking place in real-world locations, like a desk, for example. That would be, like, a theme of one of the levels. And it's kind of a shame they changed it. Because honestly, as much as I like how Woolly World style is, just having that more realism kind of feel to it would have definitely helped on its identity. But then they also kind of did that for Crafted World on the Switch, so they did get to realize that idea later. So it wasn't an idea that just went nowhere like some games have sometimes. I've only Crafted World was a little bit better on its overall design. Maybe I prefer that game in some ways, but nah. Woolly World's still probably my favorite Yoshi game. Just flat out. Anyone got any other good examples of betas out there? I mean, I'd love to hear them. I've explored a lot of betas over the years for different games, especially doing what I do for like the YouTube channel. So I've seen a lot of different ones. And whatever one I cover for my channel is probably one of my favorite ones. So if you have to always ask, just look up betas on the YouTube channel. It's probably one of the many. Many Sonic 2 betas. Oh yeah, that game had so much cut content. I mean, the biggest one being Hidden Palace, I'm glad is in Sonic 2 officially now. Because of the mobile port onwards. I don't think that helps me, does it? No, it did. Actually, in hindsight, did it even need that? Probably not. Probably not. I'm just gonna grab the key and go. Yeah, there's so many Sonic 2 betas, like 10 betas, something crazy. It's insane of how much that game did change. And also, for that game's sake, it didn't help for why they were changing so much. It didn't help, it was technically like split development at that time, where, you know, it was a different studio. Like, it was still like Sonic Team Sega, but it's like a different part of the world, so communication was a little bit harder back and forth for certain things. But that was more of an experimental time for Sonic. And with Sonic 3, they just developed all the mainline games in Japan. Because it was Sonic CD and Sonic 2 that were split development between an American team and a Japanese team. Which is why Sonic CD plays more like Sonic 1 than Sonic 2. Because I believe that team, for CD, that was the Japanese one, if I remember correctly on that. Oh, barely can make that. I don't like this. Please leave. Also, this key really does not help right now. I gotta take it down, that's right. Sir, please stop. The only thing I don't like about this series, because both 1 and 2 have this issue, I really would like iframes. That would be nice. But both games don't really have that. There's sometimes like a cooldown between hits. That's about it. If only I could have made that jump, then I wouldn't have needed to do that whole section. I almost did. Sonic CD is being mentioned. It may have found what R2's name was originally at one point. Not confirmed, some dead a couple names around. Interesting. I mean, I know the games, like almost every single game at one point, they have this like placeholder name and they're going through like multiple different titles before they fine tune it to something that just sounds good. But I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Sonic CD probably was one of those that went through like a bunch of different names, but they settled on CD because of what it was supposed to be for. So it's like, well, it's for the CD. Let's make it easy for people to understand. And now the name is really weird when it's on literally everything else. One of those names. No one really works on the system. It's like all the 64 names. Or the Super names when they release those games outside the N64 or the Super Nintendo. Doesn't really work. I'm not sure if I like fighting this guy as Neera. It's a little more of a pain. You also can't freeze the guy, so I'm just shooting the freeze attack just as my projectile. Got it. I'm surprised that attack worked. There's a spring down here? Why? I did not know that was there. That feels a little random. Because the lava there at all times, you never see it. The same color as the lava.
Nice try.
Wait, what? Oh, I never knew that. This. So I put the controller down for a second. I accidentally found a new thing. You hold down the triggers. Now you can move the map. Not much way to see on this map though, but neat.
Since when did I become everyone's personal taxi service?
You said we could call you if we needed a ride.
Correction. You said you'd call me if you needed a ride. I just sailed away.
You came back, didn't you?
How's the hunt for a Battle Spirit champion going?
It takes a certain je ne sais quoi.
Which was possibly
become
called
the
dubious
Battlefield
depths
champion.
or
Someone strong.
ridicule roots? Interesting.
With the force
I
of
can
a
see those
great
names working, especially with the root name.
Everyone, battle stations.
Battle stations? This is Mayor Zhao's luxurious sky palace, not Mayor Zhao's dreadnought marauder.
What happened to all the cannons?
Where else was I going to put the hot springs?
Jump!
My beautiful sky palace! My ship! My ship!
Is everyone all right?
I'm okay. The chemical reagents I'm carrying are fine too. No explodey.
Zhao, come in. How is Mayor Zhao's luxurious sky palace? Zhao!
Yeah, he's fine. Don't worry about him. No, that's just his natural state.
All right, ladies,
We all know it.
let's go. We got ourselves a
That's
volcano
also one of my
to blow
favorite
up.
deliveries. It's like, hey Zal, how's the ship? Oh, he's fine. Don't worry about it. Just crying depression because it's destroyed. That's just a Zal thing. Yeah, Zal in this story is always just kind of like a lackey. This is kind of all he does, but what else is this guy gonna do? I went backwards. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna hit reset. That was a mess and a half. We're literally at the beginning. It does not matter. Wow, what a launch. Thanks, buddy. Oh, speaking of betas, going back to that topic, we might get another one here soon leaked out. Apparently the Conker's Bad Fur Day demo, or not demo, the original build, like what was it called, Traveler's Tale? It seems like someone was able to get the original cartridge of that, like the actual dev build of it at the time, and I think they're dumping it. We're not sure if that's going to be publicly released yet. I know you posted a thing on that in like Amber's server, Kira. And I've seen like a video talk about it. We just don't know what's going to be coming about it yet. That's the only thing. I really do hope it's released out to the public so we can see the differences between the original build and what we got in the end. Because Bad Fur Day is a drastically different game compared to how it was back in early stages. It really changed because of Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie was the game that everyone compared Conker to when it was first being developed. And Rare didn't want another cutesy platformer because then it would just not sell because of Banjo. They didn't want a game that looked and played the same, so what do we do? I don't know, make the squirrel say a lot of curse words and throw around his pee. He's very drunk. And they went the exact opposite spectrum. But also by doing that, the game had a horrible development time of like a year. Because they had to scrap so much. The game is weird by today's standards. A lot of people say it is aged like milk. It was funny and interesting at this time, but you really see the development changes take its toll, which, yeah, after playing it myself, I agreed with. When I first played it, I think it was like 2011, 2012 time. I didn't beat it, but from what I played from like the first half, it was interesting. I thought it was funny and like an interesting kind of like unique game for the N64. Then I actually beat the whole thing in Rare Replay, I think around 2016 or so. Yeah, it's not really a game that holds up all that well. It's really not. Like, the humor's there, sure, but the story barely exists, if you want to call it that. And then the gameplay, after, like, the first half, really just goes downhill. It really does. And that's because of all the development time shift. They had a crunch. From what I hear, the Live Reloaded port, now it's actually getting more debate if it's a better one or not. Because some people say it's worse because of the story changes, because of how they censor things. But from what I hear, it has better gameplay because it's more modernized, and they fixed some of the issues the original game has in terms of its design on gameplay. Like, when I hear the vampire, like, zombie section is very different. Like, it's just better to control, but also they make new references in there because new films came out at the time, so they can reference new stuff. I have both versions, so at one point I want to play Live Reloaded. Yeah, that's the weird thing too, Kira, because the swearing they bleeped out, so to say, in the Live Reloaded, half of the stuff is not actual swear words, but I think it's more because of some, like, language barrier differences. Like, a lot of the words they were censoring were, like, words that were considered more swear words in, like, Europe territories. Those are the ones, because you look at the scripts, and they're not censoring, like, the major words any differently. It's more words that are different between territories, I guess. Which, sometimes it seems a little more random what words they pick, and it just does break the flow a little bit of the script. At least that's what people say. I haven't played to know myself. I mean, I don't really care about the swearing censor thing. Sometimes I find the censoring more funny than the actual swear words, so for me, it doesn't really matter. In some cases, it might actually be more funny. Oh, there goes my shield. That's bad. Wanted to keep it for a little bit longer. I also had no meter because of this. I will say though, for Conker's sake, going back to that, if you're playing the original, it feels fine on a controller, but the Rare Replay version feels a little weird sometimes. It's because of the things they have to adapt to a modern control scheme. So some of it feels natural, and then you get to the shooting stuff, and it just feels weird. It's not like Perfect Dark or GoldenEye where they map the things like the right and left sticks. No, the left stick is your movement still. but also it's not because of how the N64 handles shooting, because the right stick is also movement for some stuff. It is weird. There we go.
Fought well. Too bad you're on the wrong side.
That's probably still an S. It's pretty easy to get S's with the items that I have, and it doesn't make stages any harder at all. It's just 3 points. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is a boss fight. No. No, don't we restart stage. We literally just started. I want to swap my item set. We're gonna go to item set number 3, because it's more my combat-oriented items.
Traitor!
Hey! I said I would explain when I had the chance. And now here we are.
And what, pray tell, were you planning to tell me? That the Magister is evil? That Murga is somehow going to make the world a better place? I've gone through every explanation you could possibly give me, and every one of them was idiotic and foolish!
The Magister was a tool, Neera, wielded by his ancestors to keep an immoral peace through lies and cover-ups. Your loyalty was to a weak man who made you feel lonely and isolated. But it doesn't have to be that way anymore.
Excuse me? I am no winter flower waiting to be plucked. I stand alone because I choose to. You may find fault with the Magister, but it was he who gave our people their strength. I would not be who I am today without his guidance, and I will not abandon my values or my people for a derelict like you!
There was a connection between us, Neera. I felt it.
That connection was called trust, and you broke it. There's nothing now.
I know where you got the flower. This is all rubble around here. Just gotta shoot you a little bit. Don't mind me. So my assumption about these two were pretty spot on. Estelle had a crush. Kind of figured that from the moment these two were speaking. I kind of just had this feeling, especially when Neera was so hurt from Astel just betraying us all. Like, yeah, you had like a connection. Got both had feelings. This guy pulled a flower out of his pocket. That kind of confirms it. How's this working? How's this working? I should have got hit. I don't know how I did.
Too bad you're on the wrong side.
You know, that's actually a very fitting comment. Her "you're on the wrong side" thing makes the most sense here. It really does.
I should kill you.
Go on. Do it. Prove your loyalty to the Magister.
Nah.
No, not today. But mark my words, you will answer for your treachery.
Quiet!
Alright, everyone. Hope you're ready.
I don't have a gag, but I have
to
ice.
go.
Just shoot the ice cube. It will eventually melt. I think. Because imagine if that's the last time you saw Escal, because he's just still there
Wow, it
frozen.
even smells like a rainbow. so the flowers...
Yup! All a part of Milla's ultimate sanction makeover potion! Patent pending.
Strange. The Seguata has disappeared. I suppose the
How's he not
Technicolor
dead? Yeah.
explosion must have
He
scared
was
them
frozen
away.
on the volcano after it erupted.
Mission accomplished,
I'm gonna
gang.
assume that was on the other side of where the eruption happens because there is no way that guy would survive. So, rainbow color lava. Huh. That was unexpected. Oh, Mayor's out. Doesn't expect my brother to pay for the damage done to his airship. Dale may be footing the bill, but he's no sucker. Thing's a floating money sink. All the hop tubs. We helped out with the bunkins. Volcanoes going boom boom would be bad. A scow is a meanie butt who pretended to be our friend. Maybe we should have made him go boom boom instead. Okay, either the implication here is we're gonna blow him up with a bomb, or he's taking a poop. Please be option A. I need to trade for things. I'll do the shop thing outside the area. Pascal. Don't want to hate him, but how long was he pretending to be our friend? Got what was coming to him. By the way, nice going, freezing his mouth shut. He wouldn't stop talking. But still, an Earth Dragon rebelling against the rule established by his own people in the name of some kind of justice? I get it, I think. I don't like it, but I get it. Alright, well, last mission here. Justice in the Sky Palace. See, when you slur your words a bit, it's like, hey, Justin's up there in the Sky Palace. Let's pay him a visit. Hi, Justin.
News before you arrived.
Brothers and sisters of Perusa, I, Captain Kalau, have returned to
He's just a
resolve your
boom boom from
looming
Mario
volcanic
3. I mean,
crisis. With
I guess
the
we can say that.
power of geothermal science and my superb
Like,
physical
yeah, if you
strength,
don't jump on him 3 times,
I
he
shall
ain't boom
divert
boom.
all of that harmful subterranean pressure and siphon it into the sea, where it shall be rendered harmless. Worry not and rejoice, good citizens.
He's taking
The
credit for what
red
we
wing
did.
of
That
justice
sounds like
is
this
on the
dude.
case.
And Claw. We did that, not you.
Something doesn't feel right about the captain's plan.
And the signs they've got seems a bit off.
Well, besides that, Captain Cornball over there's been setting up beacons all over the island. Probably all a part of his egotistical plan.
Ooh, shiny! Blip, blip, blip!
They can't be for anything benign. Let's seek them out and disable them. Post haste.
It's anything like Splatoon beacons. We know they're everywhere because they're gonna just jump everywhere. The guy's gonna hit you in the flank path from the behind area because there's a beacon at your base. Take it out now. Let's get rid of it.
Could the captain earnestly be trying to save his people? If so, then perhaps it is not too late for him to see reason.
You ladies be careful.
Alright, let me swap over to item set number 1. Have an easier time here. Just keep on hitting him. My meter resets every time. This is so easy to fight like this. There you go. Yeah, that guy's so much easier to fight with Neera if you just spam the up attack. It's like Smash, just up tilt the wing. I'm one of those characters. Really? I missed every platform. I'm just skipping the platforms. We're gonna miss them. Yes, I'm not gonna make that because of the momentum change there. happens. Also, bad timing there. That also can happen. I'll just ride this thing out. It's fine. At least I actually move with it instead of having to jump on the point and move with it every time, as you would think you would need to do. Don't mind me. I just up tilt like all the time. I'm like a Mario player in Smash. I just keep on doing the fist attack, the up tilt fist. That's a good move to use for combos, to be fair. I haven't played Smash in so long though, so I know there's probably better combos now. Man, this is really effective. Dear God. You wouldn't think that would be so good. Did I kill that thing? I think I did. I might as well just finish it off at this point with the up special. That's it. Now we get to fight Kalal the Joker.
I recognize that sanctimonious tone of voice.
What? It's just you? Well, I suppose you will have to do. Say your absolute worst, villain. Go on. Let everyone see you for the splenetic Shangtusian terrorist that you are. Your monstrous attacks on peace will be broadcast on every channel in Perusa. And I, Captain Kalau, will be the legendary hero who strikes you down.
The pretext for your betrayal revolves around pandering to your overinflated ego. I shall be very cross.
Close up, please. Now witness the Red Wing of Justice reborn! This calls for a boss duel!
No, that was a bad miss.
Attack formation!
Yeah, this kind of works. And then he started to hit me with the combo. I was saying, if I can just get him to stay still, I can just constantly attack him while he's just hitting nothing.
Now you've done it. I am the terror. And blood for justice!
The down attack seems to be the most effective thing. which is weird because it's not easy to aim with this. Yet it's doing the most to this guy. It's kind of surprised. Also, how do you get those other higher ones? I can't reach. Yeah, I cannot reach those. I gotta have to wait probably for the apex. Or maybe get like a good, like, gust boost? That's kind of bad. How am I supposed to get the top pedal without boosting myself with a special? Not the best. Oh, barely reached. This kind of works. And then down thrust to victory. Perfect.
Too bad you're on the wrong side.
That's probably gonna be like an A. Oh no, it's still an S. I'm kind of surprised. Near the end, it was getting a little sloppy.
Impossible.
To be fair,
Justice
the
has
bonuses
fallen this
keep on
day.
pushing me up.
You are no
If you want a
avatar
good
of
rank, you gotta
justice.
come in with good bonuses.
Merely its pretender.
Incorrect, villain. Murga relayed to me the horrid tale of the Magister's foul crimes against this world. To fight against such inequity, I, Captain Kalau, would become the hero that Avalis deserves.
I see. So being the Battlesphere champion was not enough for you. You had to play it being a real hero as well.
Battlesphere champion. What kind of hero sits in a playground all day, waiting for evil to come to him? I am a joke, an action figure. A fake legend prancing around for my beloved citizens' amusement. As if I could care any less about them sitting at home, stuffing their faces, watching me grapple for sport. But not anymore. This time, I will be the hero. This time, I will be the one who saves the world. And no one is going to stand in my way!
Ahem.
Which is what Captain Kalau would say had Captain Kalau been brain-sucked by villainous Shangtusian terrorists. But fear not, good citizens.
No, the only
Captain
brain-sucking
Kalau,
here is
the
your IQ
Red
score right
Wing
now.
of Justice have broken free of their dastardly programming and will live on to fight another day. Yeah!
Idiot. We never see you
Fitting
again.
Conclusion for a charlatan champion.
Because that is his conclusion until we see him in the
That
epilogue.
Wild Sky pirate is making her way to the tower.
Corey, I'm on my way.
There's no time. I must reach the scoundrel before her ship takes off again.
I understand. Good luck.
I'm here. Do the exchange. Or, wait, no, I can't do an exchange. That's right. What are these items, by the way? We never used any of these. Let me do the exchange here. Before we go into the town, it'll be easier. What do you see on Curiosity Cure? I read your thing before. I was just wondering what your thing is in question you've seen that we might know or not know. Oh, that. Okay, yeah. The Dolphin getting a Steam release in the future. Yeah, they're working on getting that on the actual Steam store, which is cool. I think it probably is going to be a free app. I would hope it is, because Dolphin by itself is already free. But it makes it so that you can actually play it on a Steam Deck without doing any workarounds, which would be cool. Because that was one of the first things everyone did when they got their Steam Decks. They just put emulators on there, including Dolphin. So I'd be interested in that. That's always nice. The more things on there, the better, technically. Oh yeah, this is all about the shields. You start with shield, and it transforms all the shields in that stage with that said type. Also, this one is interesting. You know, invincibility everywhere. And randomizes shield crystals. So if you knew exactly what the shield was coming up, now it's different. I like this idea. The most useful one, if I remember correctly, it kind of depends on the situation. But I'm going to buy a water charm, because we got a stage coming up that's all water. So that'd be good. But I'm trying to think. The most useful shield is either water charm, depending on the stage, or maybe the fire charm, if you think about it. Because wood charm I mean, it has its uses, but it kind of just depends on the stage. Same for Earth Charm. Metal Charm can be pretty useful because of spikes. Spikes are in a lot of stages, so it kind of just depends. But I think water and fire are like the most useful ones. If anything else, I might just buy this. Why not? Get the rainbow one. Yeah, also, yeah, easy way to get Nintendo mad, but they're very mad at emulators being a thing. There's nothing they can really do when it comes to something like that because they're not distributing games via that service. They're just putting a program on there. So if they get salty about that, then that's just going to be a Nintendo move. Waiting for the Nintendo move to come. I mean, I always like having options. For something like that, I'm not going to use on Steam, though, because I'd rather have the standard executable, so I don't have to have Steam running just to use the said thing. Like, one of those examples is actually OBS, the software used to live stream. That's on Steam now, which is cool. But I'd rather not have it on Steam, because if I can't access my Steam for whatever reason, like maybe I don't have it installed, or Steam is down for a moment, just having some bugs, then I can't access my OBS. So I'd rather have the standard file, but for convenience sake, it's good that they have stuff like that on the platform. Because then you don't just need the executable. You can run it on so many different things without some weird shank. Moral of the story, more options the better. That's just how everything is. Oh, speaking of streaming, I don't know if anyone saw this news story, but apparently, you know, you can run OBS on almost everything nowadays because of how easy it is to live stream. Someone took that to another level, to a point where someone actually put OBS on a laptop in a Walmart and just let the laptop stream. It didn't get fixed until, like, what, over 12 hours into the live stream, something crazy? Like, that laptop was just streaming all day at this local Walmart. I seen that story, I was like, how am I not surprised? I'm not surprised someone did that, but those laptops on demo kiosks are supposed to be more locked down, so I'm gonna give that more as a fault to the store, not locking the thing down. You shouldn't have allowed random people to be able to install a thing of any kind. Doubly so with a streaming software that can live stream your store to everyone. It's not good. Just saying. But it was hilarious. Did it? Wait. Yeah, I did not stay long enough. I was like, did I activate that lever thing mechanism? No, okay. These things? Oh, it's these things. It's like, why am I getting a double drop? It's because of these little, like, orb creatures. They also drop a little orb. Wait, did I... I hit the stupid... There you go. It's just... It didn't trigger for whatever reason. Probably because I was off screen. Sometimes that can happen. And it happened again. Also, it would probably help to have the ball in the puzzle, wouldn't it? Then I don't have to worry about the timing. I could probably do this without the metal ball. It's just... Why? There's no point. I don't know if that's any faster or not. I'm just so used to a lot of these games I play where if you can climb a ladder, you don't climb the ladder. You just jump off it because that's just usually faster. That's the case in Freedom Planet 1. It's a case like that in a lot of the Shantaes. I know it's like the case in a lot of other platforms I've played. It's just those two specific series of doing ones are coming to mind right now for this. Speaking of Shantae, from what I heard, because of a limited run update, it sounds like the PS4/PS5 version of Shantae 1 is nearing conclusion, because it sounds like they're getting ready to work on the physical printings of those games. And if they're saying that, if it's anything like the Switch version, because they're going to release simultaneously, then we should probably see the PS4/5 version of the original Game Boy Color game. I would say summer. I think that's a safe bet. Because it was around that time period that Shantae released on the Switch. It was like May of 21. So that would add up. Around the same time period. Let's just say. So if you own those systems and you want to play the original game, well, it sounds like it's going to happen probably sooner rather than later this year. Don't really recommend that version as much, though. Well, Shantae 1 specifically. Recommend the re-release. Fantastic. Really the best way to play it. But it's Shantae 1. It's aged pretty bad. As much as I love the series, Shantae 1 is the worst one of the 5 games because it's aged like milk. A lot of games in that era have, so it's nothing really surprising to hear. I'm just glad at least it's being released on more systems soon, because it's good to be on more than just like one platform.
Nice try.
Sure
Hey, what'd I
like to
miss?
Cost a girl a fortune in hangar repairs, don't you?
Carol came up here to find you. Where is she?
Other than gone, who knows? I'd say she'd gotten tired of it all. Murga, Magister, all that jazz. Spirits know I have. Can't blame her for punching out.
Yeah, right. Carol just giving up? That doesn't sound like her at all.
Yeah? And how would you know that?
She's my best friend, and she's my flesh and blood.
You think you know my own sis better than me?
Yeah. Yeah, she does.
Well, you can't force her to do what she don't want to, either way. She's her own woman, just like when she left for the scars. Take a page out of her book. Get gone and stay gone. Murga's got this in the bag. You're all way behind the power curve here, so get out before it hits 0.
Oh, power curve, yeah.
She keep doing that.
If it's anything like Dragon Ball, power levels are crap.
Well, we may have disabled the beacons in this region.
Didn't Space say they were all over the island?
Oh, looks like we have work to do.
Oh, I guess we're done with our work.
Thanks for the fun times.
I like she says that and then
Unfortunately, I've
this.
got bills to pay and errands
So
to
we
run.
took care of the
Consider
beacons,
robot
right?
my
I think,
service
maybe.
fee.
Off-screen
Have
beacon
fun saving
hunting.
the world.
Hey, Ethan, how you doing?
That's it. King Dale, a word, Your Highness?
Miss Neera,
I will attempt to phrase this as politely as possible. Tell your wretched scoundrel of a brother to surrender that alien drone immediately!
wait. What are you talking about?
You sent him to assist us in Perusa, and now he's run off with the syntax drone. And you have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
I'm gonna kill him.
I am going to bust him up. Good.
See that you do.
I knew he had something up his sleeve. Spade is such a card.
Look on the bright side. At least
I get it.
doesn't have syntax,
Playing
right?
cards,
have to
spades,
find
and
him.
deck.
He cannot be allowed to sell
Who's
that
the
drone
Joker
to
here?
anyone with both the money
Ah,
and
so there he
ability
is.
to go.
There's the Joker, Serpentine.
You're all
What's that
out of
sound?
syntax. That's scent. And that
Beating a
other
few. Oh, okay.
scent.
Well, probably when you
So
come
now
back,
will
we'll be in
finally
space, knowing
choose
how the
herself.
plot's gonna go here.
Carol?
There's not much left in terms of that
Serpentine.
part.
Carol,
We had
quick!
like
Get behind us!
20-ish,
We'll cover
maybe
you.
30 minutes
What
before we
are
get to
you
that part.
guys doing here?
A better question. What is he doing here?
Hold up, it's cool. We're on the same team now. The green team.
So it's treason then.
Yes! The furball works for me now! And together we will make Bakunawa mine!
No. Backspace, bro. You work for me.
Do you think this is some kind of a game, Wildcat? You've led us on a wild goose chase, jeopardizing
I love
the safety
Neera's
of millions.
angry eyes.
Look, I know it was
Like one of my
a bad
favorite
idea.
expressions from her, because it
Now,
always
it
looks
was
like she's gonna
about me.
pop a
I
blood
wasn't
vessel.
thinking straight,
And it's
it didn't
very
end well.
expressive.
So let's just let bygones be bygones, eh? Oh, sorry, scary lady.
What? No henchman of mine is going to apologize to anyone but me! Scratch her face!
That's
You
enough!
Emperor Palpatine.
We need to
That
set
could have been a
aside
reference
issues.
they were going for
Carol
all we
wants
know.
Corey, and Serpentine wants Bakunawa, and Neera wants Carol's head on a stick. Okay.
Yeah.
But none of that is going to happen.
I don't know
if
about
they
that last one.
I will
That
begin
one
the
may
head
not
transplant
work out,
immediately.
But there was a but there, Neera.
but it'd be
Hold on.
glorious.
Hey,
At least in
ladies,
terms of
so,
what
good
Neera's
going,
thinking in
man.
her head. It's like, I'm
Hey,
gonna do
for
it.
the gun,
No one's
am I
gonna stop me.
right?
Is that Carol? And Serpentine? Man, what did I miss?
Never mind that, General. Report.
Well,
I will
good
say though,
news
the
is
scene here
Murphy's
between
out of the
Kara
house,
and
so
Neera, it just
Shang 2 is
this scene
being
reminds
taken?
me of the one
Excellent
scene
work.
thanks, but,
in
she
Dragon Ball
kinda
Z, the
left on her own.
Namek
Bad
arc,
news is she
where
took
Vegeta was
Shang
so mad
Didn't
because
she
of the
say that
Dragon
Tengu
Balls
was
being
a vital
stolen from him,
component? So that
and he
means
confronted
Bakunawa.
Krillin about it, and he was ready to just put his head on a stick. It's like the same energy.
Yes! Bakunawa
But specifically, I'm thinking
will
of like the
serve me
abridged version of that scene, just because of the red eyes, because
Oh,
Vegeta actually
Murga
does
also
pop a
left a
blood
message.
vessel in that.
Sounded like it was meant for Lilac.
Me?
Play it.
Hatchling, I know you and your friends are behind the efforts to sabotage my work in Perusa. I'm disappointed but not surprised. You still do not fully understand, and I wish to educate you. Meet me at these coordinates tonight. Come alone.
Trap! Trap, 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 trap!
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I'm trying to hustle the soldiers we have left in Shang 2 for when you ambush Murga. You are ambushing Murga, right?
No.
Lilac, you do know that today is an opposite day, right?
You all go look for Spade. I can handle this.
You want me
us
to work with
the
you
reprobate
reprobates who
who
stop me
attempted to
from
destroy
destroying
our
this world?
I
I
want to
do.
see the full
And unless
script
you
there
two
from
wanna fight
Serpentine, but
over
I
who
think
let
I
Spade
heard
get
what he
away
said
with
this time.
syntax the
You want me to
worst?
work
I
with the
suggest
ones
you
that
two
were
shake
trying to
hands and
stop
get on
me
with
from
it.
destroying the world. Something like that, he's saying. But you
Well,
only see
you
Neera's
heard
line. It
Miss
should be like 2
Zero Pants.
text boxes
My
there
boss is your
between the
boss,
2
Snake
characters.
Boy.
Bah! Fine. I've made one terribly inconvenient alliance.
Krillin, do you hear
Why
that?
not
I
make it
felt
2?
that.
General, prepare your soldiers and have them do a sweep around Perusa for Spade. Mayor Zhao can assist with the transport.
Right. We'll see you there.
We're following Lilac, aren't we?
Absolutely.
That's one of the best scenes, though, from that specific arc in the Abridged series specifically. Just how they handled Vegeta's anger. And from what I've heard, like, behind-the-scenes developer commentary for that, that scene of Vegeta screaming his head out, it kind of destroyed Landy's voice there. That was the worst recording, apparently, he had for that. The scream was so bad it did destroy his voice for once. From what it sounded like, that didn't really happen in the show's history, but it was that one specifically that wrecked him, and you can hear it in the middle of the scream.
Close, we should stick together!
Which I can believe. That's almost like the Super Saiyan 3 style of scream that Sean Schimmel does. Where he's screaming for like, I would say 30 seconds straight before he has to just pause and take a breath.
We call it pulling a Carol. We keep a list. Oh, well, good. Good. Actually, if you really want to apologize, you should apologize to Lady Neera. She took you leaving the hardest. Oh, really? Yeah, she was absolutely devastated. I don't think I've ever seen her that upset before. You really hurt her feelings, Carol. Oh, really? Huh. Scary, Neera. I'm sorry for leaving you behind. But not
You would think by this point she would just stop the scary lady line, because we know she kind of continues it after this. It's a weird nickname, but it just kind of proves that, yeah, you're vicious, as I know from our first adventure.
I suppose I do.
You know what? We're gonna leave on the expensive stock, because I still want some kind of a challenge, but the water charm we're gonna want. I can immediately breathe. And next time we find a water shield, as long as I keep this one, then we'll get more units to it. There you go. Yeah, separate text box. I think that could have worked out. Like one at the top of Neera's dialogue for Serpentine would have probably been ideal, just so you can hear his speech and be able to follow along. Because when two characters talk over each other at the same time, it's a little hard to understand what they're saying. Doubly so when their volume balancing is a little mixed differently. Like, as much as I love this game, unfortunately it still has a little bit the same problem the first game has when it comes to its cutscenes, where the mixing is a little hit or miss for some characters. Some are much louder than others, so I think mixing is still a thing that's need to be tweaked in the cutscene specifically, because there are some characters that you just don't hear all that much in the cutscene because they're much more low tone. But then there's other characters that are overpowering the rest. So they're very easy to understand by comparison. Volume balancing, I know, is one of the harder things to do in production, just because of trying to get levels correct. It can be a little bit of a challenge because of just multitudes of factors. Someone who does edit video a lot, I do know the struggles of just getting the right balance for things in general. And I've had my fair share of like horrible balancing over the years too. Look at like any of my earlier works, it was just bad. Doubly so with like the old mic setup I used to use for like about a 2-year period, I would like to say, with this old USB headset. Because my hindsight, for whatever reason, said, jack up volume loud, sound good. It was not a good idea. I jacked it up too high. You can hear it in a lot of those old videos because it overpowered things. It was crunchy. Very crunchy. Nowadays, I take audio extremely seriously because that's like the most important thing of any kind of broadcast or video in general. People would rather watch a thing that's a bad video quality but has amazing audio. That's just kind of general rule of thumb nowadays because you listen more than you watch. I mean, for God's sakes, there's a listen-only mode on Twitch, an audio-only one. They can watch your live stream like a podcast. They'll literally, you won't know how good the video looks if you use that mode, so the video really doesn't matter as much. It should still be of quality, mind you, but if it sounds good, then it's much easier to follow along. I don't know how I got into this tangent again. I'm just randomly talking about, oh yeah, the volume mixing and cutscenes. Sometimes I get on these tangents, I don't know how I start them. It just happens. When you played this level about 4 times at this point, you get into tangents. I don't know, would people agree with me on that one? Would you rather watch something that had great audio quality but not the best visuals? Or something that had best visuals but horrible audio quality? I know it can depend on what you're watching, because that is definitely a response as well. But, you know, it's like this. It's your standard stream, you're trying to watch it, but it has amazing audio quality, but the video is subpar. Now compare that to it's like the best looking thing on the platform, but also my microphone was extremely loud and maybe just scratchy, it was hard to understand. Which one would you prefer? It's that kind of an option. Yeah, Twitch does have an audio only mode. Go into the little cog setting for like your video options, and one of them is just audio only, I believe. But I also do the same that you're talking about, Ethan. I just rather, if I'm on the browser specifically, I'll just leave the tab open and just come back to it when I want to watch it. Because a lot of the times I do watch streams in the background when I'm working on stuff, so I'm just listening anyways. But I still have it set in a way where I can see it. So it's not really a problem on that front. The audio only is more of a benefit for mobile use, because then you can actually listen to the stream and turn off your screen. It's more beneficial there. Doubly so if you just use your mobile device for like the chat.
Hatchling, Sash Lilac, come with me.
What?
There is nothing left for us here. We can go and never return. Leave the Earth Dragons to their machinations and fly to a new world.
Might only be an option on audio, on mobile specifically. So I'm looking at mine on the dashboard and I can see my quality options, but I don't see an audio mode. Same in advanced. So it might just be a mobile only, which is honestly the only place I would use it anyway, so that makes sense.
A clever ruse.
No! Lilac!
Careful. Murga isn't yet aware of our approach. We should find the right time to
Sneak attack!
There it is. A little off of my timing, but there it goes.
Now is good.
Also enjoy your dinner, Ethan. We'll see you, I guess, in a little bit.
Guys, you came.
All right, giant fish lady, back off! Unless you want a face full of punchies!
Indeed. Your schemes end here, Murga. Bakunawa will not rise this day.
What was that?
A redirection of the island's volcanic pressure to key fault lines. You may have disabled a few of our beacons, but not all.
You forgot about the one beacon at spawn.
Impossible. You needed
Happens all the time in a Splatoon game. You always forget that one that's right next to where you are when you first spawn in, because it's just out of view. It happens. And it's the worst case when it happens.
No, we're too late.
Indeed. And that is why it is you who shall end here.
That's our final time we really get to go through this section for the stream series, so I guess I can comment on that music now. This is one of like the most triumphant themes you can have for a moment like this. The fact they were able to actually get a proper orchestra for some of these scenes really does add to just the overall story's mood. So a small indie game definitely didn't stay small, and I'm glad it didn't for that reason, because man, that really helps to have like a proper orchestra for certain things. The violins are my favorite part of that cutscene. When they kick in, you know it means business.
You're pathetic.
Welcome aboard Mayor's luxurious sky fortress. Now with extra cannons. Hold on!
I swear those earrings almost look like an accessory you get in a Bayonetta game. Because it does, it really, if you play those games, I think one of the accessories in Bayonetta is just earrings anyways. So many different designs for different items you get in that series. I don't know all of them just yet, so I'm currently playing through the third. I want to actually shoot that mine, that was a mistake. Some of this weird just can't avoid the damage. Sometimes you just have to take that out.
Hear me, Magister. The weapon that you Earth Dragons created that brought death to so many of my people.
Yeah, case in point right there. Couldn't do much. Had to take out. Okay, that was my own fault. That was really stupid, and now I have no lives with no health. This is great. Good thing the boss isn't that hard, but still. I gotta get to the boss first. That'd be preferred. This is gonna be a crap rank. Well, I'm gonna have to play this one a lot more carefully. Might as well just take out this whole top section at this point. There's really not much left. And then it makes this thing way slower. There are less shots now it can have. The last bit of its hind legs. And GG's! Alright, well that was just stupid. Really stupid. I shouldn't have been as close as I was. That was just a bad call. So, what happens here? Bakunawaches, I need to see something. What happens? Okay, I was gonna say, what happens if you lead the stage from a game over or something? It does count as a different stage, because we've never had that situation before. I just had to see for myself. Giant enemy crab. So I see crab meta's still a thing, huh? Even when you don't play Splatoon, you can't escape the crab meta. Not as bad anymore, thankfully, because of the nerfs, but yeah, it's still kind of there. Still probably one of the best specials in the game. You can't really avoid it. It's always going to be there. I just don't need to see, like, 2 of the 3 crabs on one team. That's just a little much. A little much.
The weapon that you Earth Dragons
Man, it's like if you don't bum rush things, you do way better in a stage, because my health is so much better here than it was the last attempt. I wonder why. Like now I'm back at full. Really isn't much of a problem here.
And we will sail the stars while this world rots. This planet is yours. Long may you reign vainglorious over a dead world.
Yeah, needless to say, this is gonna be a much easier fight now. Way easier fight. Full health. Get your crap meta out of here. How did I not take any hits from those balls? I mean, I took it from the laser, but how did I not take it from the death balls? Don't mind me, I'm just gonna park right inside of your cannon area and just unload my missiles. Easy.
There's no way we'd catch up with her now! She's flying too high and too fast!
This can't be happening.
I won't let it!
Lilac!
Just gonna scoot up here, give her the best launch area. And down you go. Way too far away.
No!
Alright, anyone hungry? I need to eat me some moon. Made of cheese. Heard it tastes good. I had to stop eating. It's not done yet. Needs more time in the oven.
The moon looks pretty undevoured.
What just happened?
The fool! She's clearly too far away for the mining laser to be effective. Unhand me at once! The cooperative General Serpentine is on your side, and he has a plan.
Let him go. We have an agreement. And you, talk.
It's simple. I have a small ship capable of chasing down the stolen weapon and evading any detection system she may have on board, which is more than I can say for your flying whale here.
Hey! Don't you listen to him, Merzal's luxurious sky fortress? He's just a mean, jealous reptile.
You will turn this vehicle over to us immediately, Snake. We will use it to take the fight to Murga.
Excuse me. First of all, it's my ship, so only I can pilot it. And second of all, no passengers. For the velocity I need to catch up to Bakunawa, I need the ship to be as light as possible.
So we are to put the fate of the world in your hands? I think not.
Maybe you could compensate for the additional weight somehow.
I suppose. But the calculations involved would be... Ah! Why even talk about it? I might have been able to do it with syntax, but without the drone, I'm just wasting my breath.
So that's it then. Murga really has won.
I'm going to talk to Serpentine. Mila? Don't worry. I can make him change his mind.
Don't do anything stupid like promising to murder your friends.
Never thought I'd see this place again. It's in pretty good shape.
Good work, General. It's good to be home.
Yeah, all things considered, this is the tidiest invasion ever. Wish all of our invaders were this neat.
Good news, everyone! Serpentine's agreed to take us with him!
Yes! Out of the goodness of my reptilian heart, I've decided that all 5 of us will stop the menace that is Murga.
Thanks, Serpentine. And great work, Mila. How did you manage to convince him?
Oh, I just made a promise. No biggie.
I hope you're all exactly as heavy as you look. Otherwise, this will be a short trip.
Rude assessment of our collective weight aside, I assume this interjection...
I wonder which one he thinks is the heaviest.
Weren't you listening to me before?
Because that's the one he's gonna get punched by.
For the vector
That's flat out.
Then our course is clear. Track down Spade.
Did
lead
you
him to
promise a
within an inch of
chance
his
to
life,
cosplay as
and
Eggman
take
doing the
Syntax
meme
back
with the
from his
moon?
broken fingers.
Oh, dear
Sounds
Lord,
like
help.
a plan. We'll hold the fort down here. Before you go, though.
The thing Mike Paul had said, don't ask me to ever quote. That's the promise. The quote. Alright, after we finish here, we should get on the ship with Snake Man and go off into space. like we want to do. Everything's fine. Everything's great. I talked to Snake Man. We're all friends now. All friends now. Genuine laughter. That's a cry for help I ever heard one myself. Alas for our people. Is this what they would have wanted? Can't believe that. I refuse. It's still our world, and I believe it's worth saving. And I hope that, deep down, Urka believes that too. Where's Carol? I want Carol talk. Wait, hang on. Nope, nope. This guy's the most important one. Thank you. Actually, where is Carol in all this? She may be near the town's exit. That or in the bar, one of the two. Yep, bar. Come on, we got a giant fish lady to punch. My sister too, probably. She stuck me on a boat in the middle of nowhere with raisins. So I'm pretty much over talking it out now. That scoundrel. Ready to go whenever you are. Yeah, what up? Why are there more text bubbles for just nothing? Let's see the regulars back here. Those weird robot water balloons of Marcos would only buy water. Didn't even bother with the oven during the operation. That's interesting. Although I can't have a coffee here anymore, people. It's surprising. I didn't know that. Alright, let's get this stupid little plot reverse out of the way. One of the biggest missed opportunity moments, in my opinion. Could see Serpentine taking that Neera's the heaviest for some reason. Yeah, probably. I think he's the most rude towards Neera. If you had to actually say, I think
and the water dragon
just in terms of how animals are, Neera's a panda. Out of the 4 different animal types here, dragon, dog, cat, and panda, I believe the panda would technically be the heaviest.
That many Shangtusians died defending
like pandas are big creatures, so he would probably say Neera just because of that.
That the books I had
and then she'll just, you know, scream at him, which is fitting.
And their descendants. I scoured the library for any book that could possibly recount history from a water dragon's perspective. I found it within a handwritten book of flowers and horticulture. There were various annotations by the author describing what was then to her current events. If what she wrote is true, then I'm so sorry, Lilac. Murga is right to be angry.
Magister.
I was hoping that, perhaps by speaking to her, I could persuade her from this course. Her grudge is against my people. The rest of the world need not suffer for our arrogance and conspiracy. But I suppose that hope is extinguished now.
No, I don't believe that.
Are you mad? She commands an aerial fortress capable of intergalactic flight and eating moons. The time to appeal to her better nature.
Hey, don't knock until you try it. I heard the moon is made of cheese. Who keeps on telling you that?
Water dragon anymore, but
to be fair, I think if anyone would say that, it'd be Carol. She would be the one believing the moon's made of cheese.
Race? Isn't that someone worth talking to?
Someone of your own blood. Yeah, I get that. Someone who may be afraid of being nothing more than a weapon.
Someone with the courage and discipline to do what is needed to be done.
Now going through this whole story with Neera,
Suppose we can attempt to
you don't really see anything specifically that triggers her to say that specific line. It's just that's how she is. She's more of that character that follows the rules.
We acknowledge and welcome the King of
So
Shriga
that's just how she is. She is a soldier from start to finish. Nothing in the story we really needed to confirm
what
that.
do we owe this unexpected pleasure?
Oh, this is just a casual state visit. I realized that we never properly thanked you for all your assistance in Shuigan. So I brought along this beautiful gift. And this wretched scoundrel of a brother.
Spade.
I really do wish we actually had a mission where we find Spade ourselves.
My men have the
I feel like that's
syntax
one of the
thrown
biggest
on
missed
guard outside.
opportunities.
From what I've gathered,
Just because,
you will
oh
need
no,
to
we don't
take
have
down
syntax.
this
What do we do?
power.
Oh, we have syntax. Oh, thank you. It's like, that plot line just immediately resolved itself.
I'll be leaving.
That's kind of why I think this whole scene, a little bit of a missed opportunity just for like an extra
Adversity
level.
makes for strange bedfellows, it seems.
Indeed.
Now thinking about it, I'm not exactly
must
sure what
make
they
a
would have
request.
done for a
When you
Spade
encounter Murder,
level, like to chase him down.
allow me
Because
to
it would have been
speak.
nice to have him as a boss.
Your communicating
People
can
actually
act as a
ported him
relay
over
between
from the
us.
first game as a boss,
I
and it
wish
works.
to make amends.
All right.
Alright, well, we're gonna go to space, but not this second. I got some unfinished business to do before we go off. Exchanges for more of those, just to have them. I think this is one of those situations where we'll want a shield just to start a level. But before we do any of that, gotta go back down to the Perusa area. 'Cause the only place I can get these such shield charms is all the way over here in the floating island area. It's a long walk. I would have been character specific if they planned a Spade level. Maybe? Like, maybe say is Lilac specifically going after Spade, because she has, like, the biggest connection to him of every character. So maybe that would have been what would have happened, but they don't do any character specific stages this time around, hence why we never see it. But yeah, there's no character-specific stages at all in this game. There is, yeah, a time where the main group does split up for, like, story purposes, but they all play the exact same levels no matter what. They can even go through them in the exact same order. So it doesn't really matter at that point how you play it, just based on how that's set up. It might as well be like everyone's just doing the same thing at the same time. So because of that, technically, a stage-specific thing would have been very different, but I'm not exactly sure how they would have implemented it. Why? I was under here. Kara or Mila, Lilac's main foil is Murga. Maybe? Just by that logic, sure, maybe they'll just take matters in their own hands instead. That does make sense. Gotta be very careful at this point. I'm not sure I'm gonna keep this setting. Like, this item set, very risky. When I'm out of the shield, I'm out of the shield.
She didn't quite hit the mark there.
Oh, I do get the shield back. Never mind. So I'm not getting Rainbow S anymore, but that's why I went in here with this to see. Like, why not? Because the problem I have with this fight is I don't really have much room here to move when the ceiling's all collapsed. So this fight becomes way harder due to that. In hindsight, I should have got the metal shield, but I forgot this was our first mission coming as we need to do. Because at this point, we're doing our last bit of cleanup as we usually have at the very end of the story here. We need to get our last little thing for... Yep, let's do that. We're doing our last little thing just for the ending, so we can get the true final boss. Sir, please leave. I wonder what their reasoning was for this game to not have any character-specific stages this time. Because in Freedom Planet 1, we had, what was it? Pangu Lagoon, I think it was called, where we got Pangu. And then we also had Thieves' Hideout for Carol / Mila, because they both share the stage. And Mila had Aqua Tunnel. So there were some characters that went through certain stages, some that did not, but they didn't do that all in this game. And I'm kind of surprised just because by not having character-specific stages, we don't have a specific stage that fully takes advantage of specific character movesets. Like, one of my favorite parts about Pengu Lagoon in the first game was how it had those little, like, I don't know what they were called in the games, like the the rings, like the power rings, where you went through to get double boost, and also had like this charge attack that has a projectile. Like, that was a cool gimmick, and it was only in that stage for Lilac, because that was her exclusive stage. Aqua Tunnel didn't really have anything that specific, but it did use more of Mila's carrying ability, so you actually had more of a use for Mila in a lot of areas. So that was an interesting thing. And then Thieves' Hideout just was more of a story-based thing. Nothing specific gameplay-wise I think was really that big of a standout, because two characters shared the stage. Carol got gypped on the whole exclusive thing. She never got an exclusive stage. So that would really make me think, how would that work in this game if they had exclusive stages for characters? I would hope it would be like something similar, where they would have like character-specific gimmicks in certain stages just to really take advantage of it. And not know there was a spring down there. That was just an accident. Oh, come on. I tried myself. Come on. There we go. I want to avoid the problems that the one having resulted level design not working for some characters. Probably, because yeah, Final Dreadlord is Mila. Had some issues, the Dale fight, sure. I mean, honestly, Mila's Dale fight, though, was the easiest for the three, because Mila could have always just got on top of the arena because of her abilities. So you just boost her way up, and then you could just attack. Every other character either had to wall climb their way up or boost up if they just didn't want to wait for Dale to come to them. So honestly, that stage was easier with Mila, but the biggest thing is Mila's health. She had like half the health as everyone else in the first game. Concept, I'm kind of glad they did drop for this game, because they found a way around that technically by just having the different like health items here. So that way you have your own difficulty built up. That is probably a much better way of handling the difficulty change, by just having different health drops. Or different health values, I should say. That's the better idea. Because this is really difficult like this, but it doesn't have to be. Because this is more of a user-specific choice and not how the game's design is at the end of the day. I do think like one of the biggest things, some boss fights for certain characters were definitely harder to work with than others in the first game. But that was more or less, I think, because of how the game was originally designed. To just work with one character, but then later on they changed it to multiple characters. I think that was mainly because of Kickstarter, because they had plans for 5 at one point, but Spade and Torque never got finished, because they focused on this game instead. Probably was for the better, especially after just seeing how well this game came out. After like 7 long years waiting between the announcement to the final release. Because this game took a very long time in development, but it was worth it based on what we got in the final product, I feel. It does suck we had to sacrifice 2 whole playable characters in the first game that were planned as downloadable content through to a Kickstarter. So unfortunately, a Kickstarter promise had to just get scrapped, which does suck. Oh, okay, that one I can't really do much about. That kind of, we're gonna change items for that one. It's always a shame when you see something like that. It's a Kickstarter promise thing, but it's not gonna work out. So it's a plan that just eventually gets scrapped. It is a shame that kind of a thing can happen for games. But this is why you don't overpromise things in your Kickstarters, because when you do that, then you back yourself in a corner. Because if something doesn't work out, but now it's a Kickstarter promise because you got the funding, you're kind of forced to either continue with it or just give people the bad news and just cancel it. Don't overpromise. Like, flat out, don't overpromise your Kickstarters. I mean, this is why Shovel Knight was a game that was in development for nearly a decade, because the game came out in 2014, And the final set of updates for it with the game modes didn't release until 2020. So that game was active development after release for 6 years. That's a very long time. All because of all the different things they promised in their Kickstarter. And they kept their promises, for better or for worse for their sanity. It's interesting to have difficulty tighter character, but too much difference to create easy characters. Technically not great design. That's probably what they thought too in development here. That's probably what Galcitra was thinking after how they structured things around certain characters for the first game. Realized how in the second game just having a difficulty option just based on your item set probably makes a lot more sense just due to a lot of the different design choices. Because then they can do whatever they want with how the levels are designed, but they don't have to hold themselves back because one character's just going to have a much harder time here. That's why of all the 4 characters, they all play very similarly to each other, but all have the unique gimmicks. That way one stage is not extremely difficult for one character. There's not a single stage in this game I have found to be much harder with this character compared to using this other character. For example, say like this one stage is much easier with Lilac, but near impossible to do as Neera. I have not really encountered that. And that's good. That's some good design right there. But then I go into a stage with 1-hit KO status, make it the worst thing in the world, but that's on me, not the game. So I give myself that difficulty. And that I appreciate. It's kind of going back to a lot of that talk we had earlier on with like Conquer Bad Fur Day, which is why that game's aged kind of poorly in a lot of ways. And also Bayonetta 1 in some argument too, because what I'm going with here like game designs, I don't like games that do have things that are just there just to be difficult. Like anything that's 1-hit KO, Conquer and Bayonetta have this problem a lot. That's not difficulty to me, that's just poor design. Because having something that instantly kills you and you don't know what's coming up, that's not good design in my opinion. That's just bad. It's not good difficulty scaling or anything like that. It's just cheap. Which is why you see a lot of sequels dropped out. Like Bayonetta 2 is a good example here. They got rid of essentially all the insta-kill stuff. I think there's one instance of an insta-kill via a cutscene, and that is it. And it's like one of the last things you do in the game. Compared to Bayonetta 1, where like I think a 1/4 of the cutscenes could have a QTE in it. If you failed that quick time event, you're dead. It's an insta-kill. Not good design. That is terrible design. And that's just one of those situations where they learned between development on that one. It's like, okay, we can't do this again. This is a bad idea. Let's change it. So they did. That's the nice thing about sequels. They give the devs a chance to change things for the better. So if you don't get a sequel, oops. Now your game is always riddled with this problem. And it's just known for that. Paper Mario add insta-kill over time, technically a series staple. Yeah, I don't like that though. I did kind of forget, yeah, Paper Mario does have a lot of insta-kill moments. I'm not the biggest fan of insta-kill in pretty much every video game, because it is, in my opinion, cheap game design. It's not really that difficult or anything, it's just a reaction-based thing. So you have to be ready for something like that to happen. And you may not be, especially on a first playthrough. And that's where some of those complaints come from. It's usually first playthroughs. Because if you don't know what's coming, it just sucks. And that's fair, because who's going to know of an insta-kill coming up in their first playthrough? That is not common to know about. Your first playthrough, you're supposed to know next to nothing about the game. Get down the freaking hole. Okay, I'm going this way. Still Rainbow S, right? Because I didn't have to fight anything. I just play a level. It's an easy one. Yeah, that one's just free. Just put on what I have and you're done. Jeez, that's easy. Isn't TDY getting super insta-kill or non-standard game overs? That's true. But Sticker Star armor making them more common, not great design. Not great design in my opinion. I'm just not a fan of insta-kill in any video game. I always just find it cheap. Most of the time in games, it's just poorly implemented. So that's also a thing that doesn't help this argument, to be fair. Most of the time, it's just there to be there. Which doesn't help. Can you not kill this guy? I don't think you can. He's just an obstacle. Oh, good, health. I can use none of this. Oh yeah, this is a strat for Neera. That's why it's a strat to not get close to this thing. Away from me. No, get away, get away! Oh, how I'm not taking damage when he's eating me like that. Stop. Stop. I think it's more supposed to be a displacement thing. God, stop! I think he's just supposed to be throwing me around when he's eating. That's why I'm not taking damage. I'm also mashing buttons. I don't know if that has anything to do with the situation. I'm trying to mash my way out. Well, that's that. Do I get a Rainbow S from that? No. I probably need the 2 badges I had on. I need like almost 100% multiplier. So I don't know how I would do that for stages that don't have shields like this one. That is gonna suck. If I really want to do an all Rainbow S run, that would suck for certain levels. Alright, one more left. Right? Oh, no, that is the last one. I keep on forgetting that. I'm doing this anyways. We're here. Why not? Finish it up. The final challenge. Even though we don't need to do it. That is kind of a thing about this place after a while. It becomes unnecessary. The only reason you're doing it is for the extra challenge. I mean, the place is 100% optional. You really only need to do the levels that have the time capsules just for the extra ending sequence. That's it. And even then, you don't need to do it because it's optional. It's not required to beat the game. It's just an optional part to get you to the ending. It's not that different compared to the original ending, so you're not missing terribly much. It's still worth doing, at least in my opinion. If you miss it, not the end of the world. You can always go back. Just in time for that. Perfect. I don't have much health left, though. In fact, I have none left. Let's try to play this a little more safe. Did we kill each other? No. Okay, I thought we did for a second. Of course you would leave the moment I do my attack. Peter. That's gonna be like an A, yeah, because I died twice. It doesn't matter. Again, we're not really trying for the best outcome. Why do I only have 17 or 18 cleared? How did I miss this one? How? It's because of the stinking rating glitch, isn't it? Probably thought I did it because of the rating system glitch. Oh, well, we'll just finish it up because we're here. Do one of the easier challenges as our final challenge. Why not? I also just realized this is a perfect shield for one of the bosses coming up because it has a fire attack that I will never take damage from. Drive through that. Oh, it's actually being juggled. That's pretty funny. Oh, there's my shield. I'm probably gonna take a loss here in a minute. Wow, I called that one real fast. And that's it. Oh, that's right. This section doesn't have the two bosses here. One with the fire attack and one is not. Why did I think that was going to be here? Well, that should be all of the time capsules now, correct? That looks like it to me. And just to confirm. 13. We're ready to leave. But on the thing that's not stupid. I'm not going to the final set of levels with one hit KO on. That just sounds like a nightmare. Oh, wait, actually. Might be able to do an item exchange here. I could buy a couple more of those shields, now thinking about it here. Let's go do that real quick, because once I'm at space, I'm not going to want to come back. Because once we leave, we're going to just beeline the ending. I think before we do that, I should probably take a little break anyway, so I can get up to stretch for at least a few minutes. Hey, refill my water. So let's go shopping first. How much do I have? 12? I can buy everything. Oh, that was a badge. Wooxing. Oh, Wooxing? It's just 5 charms. Alright, well, I got them all, so it's more than just 5 charms. It's all charms, because I don't think there's anything left to buy. Yep, that's all. So I have the wood, earth, metal, healing strike, max life, water charm, fire, rainbow charm. Nice. And not a single thing left here I can even buy anyways. I think I'm done buying things for Neera, because I don't think there's anything left I can actually buy up besides, like, records. I know you go, like, Mila shop. Oh, I have this. Hang on. There you go. Now I'm done. I think now I'm done. Actually, let's go check Chloe. I think I bought out Chloe's stuff, too, but just to confirm. Chloe is happy to confirm that her store doesn't carry durians. She did one time, though. It was a dark day for Chloe. Oh my gosh. Why do I have a feeling that's just a Super Mario Sunshine reference? It's gotta be. Gotta be a reference to the durians they have to deal with there. The nightmare and fury durians. Oh, no, I have this to buy. Items to bombs. Not a good thing. That sounds pretty bad. But I think that's actually it now. It's just vinyls left. really foul-smelling food. I mean, you're not wrong, Kira. You're really not. What's this icon again? Oh, it's a chest. I'm like, what? What is this? Alright, we're all ready to go to space. I bought out pretty much everyone's economy. There's no more items in any shop, so I'm pretty much set to go. Finish your business and be quick about it. Let your at least you incur the wrath of the impatient General Serpentine. A little more time. Because I gotta go find the facilities. We just got this place back. I'm using the restroom off of the bar. Sounds like a good idea. So, I'm gonna go ahead, take a little bit of a break. And then when we come back, we'll be heading up the space with Serpentine. What could possibly go wrong? Is that the Quack Man? Hang on. I need some words of encouragement. Good. He believes in this mission. And we'll be continuing that mission when we come back. So stay tuned and we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Our business is done. After a quick quack. Now it's done. Let's go to space.
Enemies detected. Executing slaughter sequence number 2.
Belay that! These are our allies. For now.
For the sake of this farcical alliance, I will pretend to ignore that. Is the ship ready?
Hang on, trying to eat the moon real quick.
There. All done. Now
we leave right now.
Excellent! To Baccanoa! What the? What did you pack? Rocks?
Just brought a few potion materials to be on the safe side. And some lab equipment and safety equipment and...
Bah! Whatever! You're lucky I overcompensated for how heavy you lot are fourfold!
Rude assessment of our weight aside.
Engage!
This is why I keep on saying, I think out of the 4, he would probably say Neera's the heaviest one, because she's the one that reacts the hardest. I feel like every time he's just directing that straight to Neera.
Battle analysis complete. Sensors confirm a code black compatibility of 91%.
Brilliant! Then I'm heading straight for the
Serpentine
power core.
fat shaming everyone.
mean you know
That
how to
sounds
get
like
there?
what he would do.
Right. Of course not.
You expect Serpentine to know things? What's wrong with you?
Spread out. We do not allow
Also, wait a minute. You know what? Hang on. Before I go, hang on. Mulligan. I wanted to check something real quick with my item set. What is this? This is just super feather. Okay. Well, no, it's accelerate. Why do I think it's super feather? I'm going to do the strong shield. The strong shield is probably my favorite. But what else can I put on? This would be the worst one. What else can I put on me right now that can give me like a detriment besides just time limit? That's not stupid, mind you. I think it is just time limit. Because item containers are bombs, that's just stupid. One hit KO speaks for itself. And then the other one being the alternator. Why? I'm just gonna leave it on what it is. I'm just gonna keep the shield thing, that's it. Because honestly, I think the shield buff makes more sense. Because of how many shields you run into. You don't have to worry about dying. It's not much of a difference in speed for Neera to not use that.
not allow Murga to trap us again. Right.
I'm still dead, aren't I? Yeah, wow, that was a lot of work for nothing. Nice double water shield, let's go. So much water shield. Now thinking about it, why do they start you in the stage with a water shield specifically? There's no water in the stage, and there's no air meter because of space, kind of like how the first game handled it. Why did they pick water? Was that just? I think it might have just been a nod to how the final Dreadnought 3 section goes. Or no, not 3. Final Dreadnought 2 section goes, where you don't have any air. It has to just be like a reference. Now saying that out loud, I think that's exactly what it is. In hindsight, that was not the best move. I didn't need any of those crystals. Gotta stop with the springs. Feels like a Dim's trap. Big up Dim's trap. Hit. Another thing they were famous for in Sonic games. Wasn't for annoying springs here and there. Bombus pits. Bombus pits is what they were really known for. They're everywhere.
I'm confiscating this.
There we go. Good landing. And now the boss. This is why I have more shield, because now this thing's gonna be a joke. What is that score anyways based on? I'm trying to figure it out. It might be Oz health. But it's not changing, so I don't think so. 'Cause there's no score meter in this game. It's like, what the heck's the random number pulling from? Oh, it is just fully random. Didn't even take a single hit in the whole level because of those shields. Technically, that was a perfect run. So if I was using the one-hit KO badge, got it. Yeah, aesthetic thing with pinball, that's what they're calling back to. I'm just wondering what the score is based off of. Maybe different actions you do in the level based for pinball mechanics. Maybe it just actually keeps an internal score.
Sorry, I was just unpacking my things.
You do realize the urgency of our situation, correct?
Chill out, scary lady. Some of us need a pick-me-up.
Fine, but be quick.
Okay, I'm gonna be quick. Bye. That's how quick Neera is. She doesn't even take a break. He just leaves. Hope you like hearing that sound effect, by the way. I'm gonna hear it a lot. Oh, I missed. Just coughing to death. Who knows? Maybe I is. I'm gonna win without doing anything, aren't I? Almost. Almost had enough chip damage going off that would have just killed the guy. Close.
No mercy.
So that's gonna be low because I'm using things that make the level easier. But it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to get through the level.
Teaming up with the Tarsier made no difference.
No! This was gonna make things right. I was gonna make you see everything I said was right.
Pascal?
I don't have the words. Not anymore. But I still have the strength in my arms. And I thought that if I was strong enough to take you down, then maybe this would all make sense. I thought Murga would help the world. Bring back the balance that was shattered from all the lies and deceit. But this? Unleashing Bakunawa to devour our moon? I didn't want this! Oh, spirits, I didn't want this!
A hard choice, is it not? To remain faithful to one whom you suspect has played a hand in mass suffering. It is not always an easy choice, or even the right choice. But in the end, it is always your choice.
I made my bed. Now I gotta lie in it. It's only fair.
Excellent. Good talk.
Even when he's admitting he's wrong, so I give him sass. That's Neera for you.
You have been there long?
Oh, a while. And I are friends now.
The Tarsier is named...
Hey, friend. What's your name?
Wait, she didn't have that in the script on the screen. It was just
distraction right now. Is he trustworthy?
That was a little weird.
I just want to see space and do awesome science. Science buddies.
Of course. Carry on then. Just make sure he doesn't science up any more robots.
I want to do it. I want to do it. There's a lot of shields on the stage. I want to try. The one-hit KO status. Let's do it. Problem is I have no shield to start, so this may be a really stupid idea, but I have confidence that we might make it more than 1 minute. Oh, we can. We're dying. That did not take long. Not at all. Does that technically count. I'm gonna do restart stage. I don't know if that technically counts as against getting Rainbow S. So that's why I'm like, just reset. Fine, don't worry about it. Once I get a shield, then this will become much easier. But until then, yeah, what am I doing? Backtrack the way it came. It's the safest path. Hey, look, health. That'll help. Not. There's a fire shield in this section, so I should be able to be A-okay once I get to it. Just gotta be really careful and time these guards just right. I don't remember where exactly is that fire shield. No! Well, I don't want to do this all again, so Rainbow S rip. It's fine. I was trying. Didn't say I was gonna do it. The worst part is, I got clipped barely. If I hit the guard button, I wouldn't have died, so that was a bad judgment call on my part. I should have guarded. Okay, that was just bad. Nothing I really said I could have made up for that. That was just bad. And there's GG's. Okay, where's the fire shield? I'm trying to remember where that is in this second section. Bombing at Go Rainbow S. Not necessarily. It's like when I'm trying for it, it will. But it's one of those things I don't really care as much for stream's sake. If I was doing this on my own, yeah, I would. Something like this I would grind out on my own. I don't like doing it for this stuff because it's too grindy. After a while, it just doesn't become fun to watch. Now, if that was the point of this kind of a series, like we're going for all the Rainbow S's, yeah, that'd be a whole other story. That's kind of the point. We need to do that. I don't care how bad it makes my mental state. That's the point. We're here for bad mental state. Don't know if I actually do that, to be honest. The whole Rainbow S like series for this would be interesting, but also not really. Well, that just happened. It wouldn't be the best idea, just because of how grindy it could be, restarting the same levels over and over. But it doesn't unlock anything. That's the problem. You just do it for bragging rights. I think, if anything, it's just for like an achievement. And that's it. So unless you want all achievements, I don't think there's any reason to go out your way for all like the best ranks in a game. Really now?
Just warming up.
Okay, was that a mistake? I thought there was a fire shield in that section. I'm gonna try it one more time like this, and then I'm probably gonna swap my items. I'm trying to remember where the shields start. It has to be somewhere in section 4 then. I think it was in section 2 for whatever reason that you get a fire shield. Okay, that was stupid. I had no height with that, so I shouldn't have even attempted to do a boost there just to gain speed. I already know what the safer path of the two is here. I'm gonna take the bottom path. Are you kidding me? I got blindsided. I couldn't see the guy's swipe. So much for that being safer. Literally get blindsided. All right, we're swapping item sets. I just wanted to give this like one good honest attempt. I just wanted to see because I thought there was a shield in section 2. No, there's not, you idiot. Go back to a good item set. Again, if that was the purpose of this, we'd probably be in that specific grindy mentality here for like 30 minutes to an hour on one stage. But not today. If I did something like that, I'm not doing it in adventure mode. That's just not needed. You would do something like that, the whole like Rainbow S thing in a like it's just you would do it in classic mode or after you beat the story, one of the two. I'm gonna be mad if I don't take any hits here and I could have just continued with the 1-hit KO status. I'm gonna be mad, but I'm gonna get a hit in section 3, so it doesn't matter. I'm calling it now. We already took a lot of like blindside hits when we were just trying to make it through normally. Also, welcome back, Ethan. Yep, there it is. Took a hit, so it wouldn't have mattered. Okay, good. Finally proved that he was wrong. Shortcut. There's your first shield. We were close, but not close enough. I could have probably done this. Crap. Now I want to. Okay, Matt, you're right. This is gonna bother me. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? Mind you, I am not gonna do that strategy to get to the health because that would be the worst idea. I would die trying to get to the shield because of 1 hit. This would be our final chance to go for something like this. That's probably why I'm so gung-ho about it, mindset-wise. Because after this stage, a lot of it left over. It doesn't have as many opportunities for shields, I would imagine. And also a lot of things that could just kill you. And then boss fights. So I think this is going to be my final hurrah for trying to get a Rainbow S in this Dream series. Why? Why? It didn't hit me. It did not. I want a ref on that one. Hitbox, come on. The hitbox, I swear, extended when that thing was idle. Does that even see it move before I died? Again, last time we're trying this kind of a thing. Hubris, I hate. Hubris, I hate. It also really does show you how hard some of these levels can be if you want to go for Rainbow S because of the items that you need to have on going in. Like, you're just committed to the 1-hit KO status. There's no other way you're getting Rainbow S based on point payout. You have to do this 1-hit KO with shields. Thank goodness shields don't count towards that 1-hit status. Because honestly, this would be really stupid if it did. It's like that perfect run achievement in Mega Man 10, essentially. Unlike that game, we have shields here. Mega Man 10, you're just kind of screwed. Take a hit, reset. There's nothing you can do. And there's a lot of RNG in a Mega Man game when it comes to certain attacks. Okay. I hate that. I had a momentum shift because when I jumped off a gear, I got sent straight down. I was expecting maybe to stay somewhat higher up than that, but no. I gotta cap this at some point. I cannot do this for a first playthrough the whole time. That'd be dumb. too stressful. Yeah, it kind of is. I can agree with that. Because this is what it turns into. Some of these stages are very long, too. This is one of the longest stages in the game, really. Next to the cave. I think the cave level that everyone goes through is like the longest actual level. But this is definitely up there. Just to make sure I'm not missing anything. There's not a shield here, right? No, okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't stupid the whole time and missed a very easy to grab shield right in the beginning section. Because I wouldn't put it past me. It's just section 3 that has the first shield. That's the only one. No, that was a little too close. No, okay. Well, I'm not going for Rainbow S anymore. I gotta put a cap on it. This is the cap. We're just playing the stage with the setup. Unfortunately, if I want to go for this, I'm done at this point. I gotta beat this tonight. That's the problem. We've been on this series for many, many months. Please stop hitting me. We've been on this series for many, many months. We gotta get a move on. Because honestly, as much as I really like this game got really screwed over stream schedule-wise. Frick this. I'm gonna just cap out on that hubris. It was a funny meme for 10 minutes, and now it's just stupid. Come back to that with a proper series, so I don't ya? Technically still learning the character too, so that's also not a good idea. On a first playthrough while you're still learning a character's moveset. Yeah, let's just make this the hard challenge mode. No, don't do that. Well, we're finishing this game tonight flat out, because there's not much left. So I don't want to grind out a section for 3 hours because of stupid hubris. I'm starting to, like, put a cap on that myself, because I know how bad I can get when it comes to grinding out certain things. The problem is, if I know I can do it, I do it. That's the thing. And no matter how long it takes for me to do that said challenge, I will go until it's done. If I know I can do it. It's one of those situations. But for this stuff, I'm trying to have like a better mentality of that. It's like, if we can, sure. But put a cap on it. I'm trying to teach myself that a little more mentally now, just so we get through things a little bit more comfortably, but also without spending 2 hours on one tiny challenge. If anyone was there for the Breath of the Wild streams, if you know, you know. Only one session alone kind of showed why that was a bad mentality. Could have finished that thing a whole lot faster, probably an hour earlier, if I didn't do this one stupid thing. My game times are long. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing it on a casual playthrough, that's one thing. Because I've been doing that a lot in certain games too, but no one's watching me do it. It doesn't really matter. You're trying to experience more of what the game has to offer when you're doing that. But for like content's sake, I try to not do that all that much because it does get to be too much. Like, no one's gonna want to see me do the same thing for 20 minutes when it's like a 2-minute job. Like, that starts to become boring, and I have that mindset a little bit more now in hindsight. When you watch it back, you realize, like, yeah, why are you this stupid? Please stop, sir. Why did he reset to do the thing he said he wasn't gonna do? Please stop. I think the only time I've really been that bad with things have been more or less for showcases. Like, this is a thing I really want to show because it's like a cool thing that's different in the game. And like, I'm really glad I did that with stuff in Sonic Frontiers because I don't know if that same stuff I was showing off is still possible or not with the newest patch. I have not tried it. So, it's one of those situations where I'm trying to do things before you can't do them anymore. In that situation, that's a whole other argument. You just tap on our tab. I don't blame you. At that point, it is probably just background noise. in one reason, kind of like video-wise, that was why my one level in Octo expansion, Girl Power Station, was as long a video as it was, because I kept on just having failed attempts with certain weapons. But I want to show at least how those attempts ended, just for consistency's sake. But by doing that, that probably extended that video by almost 10 minutes. If I only showed the successful attempts, it might have trimmed down a lot more of that video. But I didn't want to do that, just because, again, I want to show at least how things can go. And I always show at least the first attempt in that one, just, again, to show how you're supposed to do things and how the difficulty scales. And that kind of bit me in the butt a little bit, but it was still good content, at least at the end of it all. But again, if that's the point of the stream series, like, now I'm trying to do Rainbow S, like, that's kind of in the title. That's a whole story. We're doing that until we're done, because that is literally the point. Some apps I'll hear that they say, like, fair? That is fair. One of those people like, wait, how long does this challenge take on a YouTube video? And you just skim the timeline a bit on it. It's like, alright, it's a 20-minute thing. It's a 5-minute task. How long does that actually take? Oh, here it is. What's that one creature doing? He was having a good time. I don't think it's possible to go back down that way with Neera. I don't think I have enough time. I might have enough time if I do this. No, okay. Like, you have to really get far away from the green pillars for those to deactivate with the key active. It's a little bit harder to do any, like, speedrun things with that. With at least this character. It's a, I know it's like with Carol we were able to skip things. Maybe with Lilac as well. But Mira and Neera have a harder time. Or Mila. I was saying Mira. Like, they fused. 20-minute video, 5-hour stream. Oh, I see. You've been here before. How long the beat says this game takes 2 hours. Why is it 12? Why are we here for 12? Oh, he's doing the stupid, isn't it? Yeah, he's doing the stupid. Okay, this is gonna be dumb. I don't want to take that other structure again. No point. But this stinking dragon! Get out of my way, sir! I don't think I ever took this path. Not very needed, though, but hey, that helps for our sake. Everything's fire here, so that actually is good to have a fire shield. Experience Breath of the Wild Dragon grind. We needed to do that, to be fair, though. That was part of the 100% definition, where we had to upgrade our gear. So that wasn't a thing we did as a me. We literally were forced to. Now, us clipping into the Yiga hideout for like an hour. Yeah, no, that was nothing to do with 100%. I was just being dumb. It was fun, though. It was dumb. Dumb fun. Oh, it's a good thing we got that fire shield now, because now we actually have a shield going in the boss fight.
And here comes the cavalry. Murgo was pretty adamant nobody get past this point. So unless you want a spanking, I'd say turn around and don't come back.
Bold words for someone we've beaten previously on several occasions.
Looks like
Yeah, we only fought once technically, so that several occasions comment doesn't make as much sense for you, Neera. I freeze her pillar? Why? Must have just bounced off it because definitely nothing happened. I don't think the rain makes me go any faster down. I love the callback here at the Gun Force. Gunstar here. What is Gun Force? That just sounds more like an anime, not a video game. The Gunstar Heroes. This is a callback to that game with one of the levels, because a boss there, 7 Force, you go down like this long hallway like this, running back and forth on walls, jumping back and forth between the two to fight the boss. And with how there was a boss literally that was just 7 Force in the first game, it was pretty much 1-to-1 that thing. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Like, when you think about it, this is another callback to Gunstar Heroes. But it makes sense. Freedom Plan is very inspired by the Sega Genesis era of video games. And even some Sega Saturn stuff. Gun Force sounds like a SNES game. I mean, maybe it is for all I know.
Now that this business is concluded,
Corey.
You can do what you want. I'm done. If you see Murga, tell her I quit.
I will endeavor to keep that in mind. Let's go, Wildcat.
You guys go on ahead. My sister and I need to talk.
I am sad though that every character doesn't experience what happens to her sister. Like, can I see, is she here in the rest stop after this point? Hi, welcome to El Laboratory, Miela Mark 3. Okay, yep, I know about that. We ponder too. I bought all your stuff. I'm just trying to see, is there anything behind here? No, okay. That's a real shame that we only see the interaction of Corey getting attacked by Murga in Carol's story, because I would have loved to see her here just because I love her response to the medicine. It's like, it tastes like raisins, as that comeuppance for Carol getting the raisins on the ship. Dire circumstances aside, the view is magnificent. I am honestly at a loss for words. A powerful reminder of what we are fighting for. We should hurry. Place is huge. I think it's bigger than Brevin's. That's what she said. I don't believe we're gonna still be talked out of it, and we have to fight her out first. No, I just like the, it's bigger than Brevin's. I get it. Innuendo joke. Oh, is it actually? Oh my god. The slip of the tongue is a real thing. I never even heard of this before, but it's real. Gun Force, also known as Gun Force Battle Fire, engulfed Terror Island. Man, that's a long title. It's a side-scrolling run-and-gun video game produced by for arcades in 1991. The game was ported by Bit Studio and published by for the Super Nintendo in 1992. The sequel, Gun Force 2, was originally known in Japan as Geostorm. Wow. I cannot believe that's a real thing. A running gun game, too. Just like Gunstar Heroes. Huh. Well, that's small world. Thanks for finding that one. You think, because I didn't even know that was real. It's kind of funny that's real. Then now if you have a slip of the tongue, you get a different run and gun game, technically, on a completely different platform. But it's still fitting. That's fine, you can take your time. I'll go this way. Got long play immediately show up on Google. How am I not surprised? If you type in this random game name, usually a long play is like one of the first things that pops up. So many of them out there at this point.
Under the command of General Serpentine.
Although there are some games that are just either a little too obscure or just too difficult that don't have full-on long plays. Like, what is it called? It was a Way Forward game.
That's a relief. Now we don't have to play Betrayal musical chairs. I was getting super confused.
He still intends to blow up the moon.
Mighty Milky Way, that was it. Mighty Milky Way is a game that does not have a long play for its extra difficulty mode because no one can beat it. It's so difficult. Like, there's one for the standard game out there, but not for its, like, Milky mode or whatever it's called. It's just too difficult. The game expects you to be literally perfect playing its levels. So that's why there's not a long play out there from people, because no one can do it. The furthest I got, I think, is somewhere in World 2. And I just have to stop because it's one of the most infuriating games I've ever played. Just trying to beat it with that set difficulty. It's just way too much. Like, the normal game's challenging enough. So to give me a super strict timer that pretty much make me be frame perfect, I'm good, thanks. You can keep it. And it kind of sucks because that is a reward you can get in Risky's Revenge, where if you beat that difficulty, you get extra gems in Risky's Revenge on the DSiWare specifically. So for early game, that could be helpful, but don't play that version. If you're playing Risky's Revenge nowadays, you're playing it on a mono re-release because, one, you can actually buy it. You can't buy it anymore on DSiWare, now with the 3DS eShop being closed. That's 2 for 2 on the shops it was existing on, now no longer existing. But also, you don't play that version because there's a lot of issues with that original release. You pray that you have the director's cut, and then you play that version. The director's cut just fixes a lot of the issues that Risky's Revenge has. And it's on pretty much everything. It's like, no way you can't find a copy. Oh, that kind of worked. Dude, really? I got my Midway, didn't have blocks in 3DS or DSi anymore. It's in the Mighty Switch Force collection? No, it's not. The Mighty Switch Force collection is for those specific games. Mighty Switch Force 1, 2, Academy, and there was like another one. It was like some firefighter one. But that's it. It's like for the Switch specific series of Mighty games. Well, Switch Force specific. It's not just exclusive to Switch. I hate the name. When you got a system that's called the Switch, it gets confusing. It's only available on the DSiWare. There's another game, Mighty something, but it's also available on the PS3, so you can still buy that one. Can't remember what that one's called off the top of my head right now, though. The thing is with that Mighty game in question, holy crap, that sent you far back. The Mighty game I'm saying in question, it was like a fun little game for the DSiWare, but probably one of the weaker ones, I feel, from Way Forward, just because of its raw design. Mighty Milky Way is a very difficult puzzle game, and it's very unforgiving. A lot of their games are not that bad when it comes to its difficulty, but I feel that game specifically is a really difficult game. One of the hardest ones. Doubly so if you're playing the extra difficult mode, because it's horrible. It's literally horrible. I had to do a frame-perfect launch in, like, 1.6, I think, or 1.5. It's one of the very first levels, just to beat it in that difficulty. Because you had no time to beat it. It was that bad. That's why I don't recommend it to people. It's just a very difficult game. It's forgiving enough, at least on standard difficulty, but it's still very difficult. And the whole thing controls with touch controls. It's a Mario Galaxy-esque styled game when it comes to how it functions, because it focuses on a lot of anti-grav. So you launch yourself off of one planet to another. That's its whole idea. Ah, crap. I should keep on getting stuck on the wall for a second there. I'm not the only one seeing that, right? Transform car mode took 12 years. Someone cracked the mode wide open. Holy crap. I hope they tweaked that for the Switch release. That sounds bad. That sounds really bad.
Dog, sick 'em.
Huh? Me?
Yes, you! Do you see any other traitors around here?
Well, honestly, I didn't think you'd make it this far.
Oh, what a surprise! Betrayed by the very pup I trusted to betray her friends. Ha! Too bad for you. I have prepared for every contingency. In this game of chess, I hold all the cards.
That's not how you...
This dog is a traitor to you by birthright! It doesn't matter if she refuses to fight for me. After all, we hail from the same planet. The homeland of the magnificent Lord Brevin!
Mila, is this true?
Of course! We even made a deal for her to go home, in exchange for slaughtering the lot of you!
No! I mean, I guess it's true about me not being from this planet. And I'm not a traitor! I'm not a monster!
I already know.
Thank you.
Wow, not much you have to do to convince her on that one. It's just, I already know. Okay, good enough for me, thank you! Like, everyone else had to give a whole big speech. But Neera's like, nah, I know, you're good. Carry on.
Mila! We need to stop that resonance link!
Wait, is there just speed powers here? Yeah, I can probably use this to do the same thing. I don't have to worry about my meter anymore. Gotcha. I'm surprised I didn't die there. That was getting a little reckless near the end. 4 of a kind, checkmate, buddy. Bingo.
You fought well. Too bad you're on the wrong side.
This scene is better in Mila's story, but it's the only one that does show she gets mind controlled. Everything else is implied, but we don't see it. There are just some scenes that are flat out much better with each character's perspective. Like the whole Murga breakdown of the plot, that's better in Lilac's story. The closure with Corey, that's better with Caro, because then you hear more of her reasoning of why she does what she does. And then the whole Mila betrayal thing works so much better in her story, because Mila actually has the whole I'm being controlled thing.
so good.
Honestly, the only real big thing Neera has so far, compared to everyone else, is more of why Askel is the way he is. Or Askel. Askel. That's how he is. He's a big asshole, if you ask me.
Experiments at some point.
Oh, sure. No problem. And, thank you again for believing in me.
Now, we're getting a good listen to this song. It reminds me of a song that's from Donkey Kong Country 3 a bit now. I believe it's the sewer levels. It's very similar to that song. I don't care what people say. That's a fun game in the series. I can understand why it can be considered probably the least favorite for a lot of people, but I think it is probably a lot better than people give it credit for. But specifically, I think it's probably a little bit better than the first game. As much as I like the first game, compared to how 2 and 3 change a lot of stuff for the better, for the Country series, I think the first is probably the weakest one. Just because it doesn't have nearly as much going for it, and it has a lot more cryptic crap that the later games get rid of. As much as I love all 3 games, mind you, I love the first Donkey Kong Country. It's one of my favorite games on the Super Nintendo, but I'll admit it has problems. Everyone remembers the bonus on a bonus for a reason. It's horribly designed. Thank you for believing me, everyone. Now, all the gold for the helpful items I made this adventure. Yeah, she's really just like, thank you for believing me and for making me rich. Well, that was unfortunate. I also think that's a better high jump bubble thing than what they did in the first game. Because the first game having a manually controlled bubble you bounce around with to get the height. Compared to this thing just being an automatic launching cannon, essentially. Yeah, much better. A much better design. Okay, that definitely felt a little weird because I scaled nothing for a minute there. I actually don't think there's anything up there. It's a fault. Man, this is a really good level. Just let's go. I went so fast, I got to the other side of this cutscene area. That is not a thing you normally do. At least he puts me over here. I can't see my meter, for charging. So that's like the biggest problem I have here. I don't know when I can do my guard to get the speed boost from it. I'm just timing it out of my head. There's nothing really is showing me here. My meter's full. It shows me everything else. Wait, actually, no, it's that. It's the enemy thing. That's my meter. I just noticed it. This boss reminds me of Turtles in Time. Yep, that's one thing. I'm also thinking, again, with Gunstar Heroes, there was a boss fight near the end when you got to the space levels that was also like that. The boss fought you through a terminal. So it's pretty much both of those games. Well, this is it. Final boss territory. Let's do it. Well, final boss if we didn't get all the time capsules.
Murga!
You should have run.
Let there be no more death today, Murga. This planet should not have to suffer for the sins of my people.
Hollow words from a boy who grew up in a palace built on those sins.
I know that the Earth Dragons, my people, had enslaved your own. I know of the accidental test fire of Bakunawa's mining laser, killing thousands of water dragons in the blink of an eye. All these events and more were excised from history by Earth Dragon hands. I apologize for my complicity through ignorance.
You think that a mere apology can erase our suffering?
No. And that is why I intend to bring this secret history to light. Tell the world what really happened, and venerate the Water Dragon's struggle against my people's tyranny. Everyone will know what the Earth Dragons have done. Please, let this world live.
To be remembered as slaves who rebelled against their masters and lost? Or the monsters that killed the world? What choice do I really have as the one final breath of the Water Dragons?
Wait, you don't have to...
You will pay for what you did to Shang too.
Enough. No more words. Only duty remains, and I shall fulfill it. Your suffering will be a masterpiece. Blue Moon!
Just enough. That was perfect. Go, phase one. Give me some of that health back.
Blood Moon!
This is the boss. We have the fire shield. Just be a joke. But to be fair, the water form also would have the same issue. Coming here for the water shield? Yeah, don't really have much attacking power minus the mines. There you go, phase two.
Silver Moon!
Not really sure if anything can counter this from shields. But I don't really need it to counter. Just be good with dodging. I'm being a little reckless here just to get more damage out, but it's fine. After this being a checkpoint, so it won't really matter. See? Bad time in the guard. And GG's on that one. Right now, get up. That's why we have as many continues as we have here, many lives. As a checkpoint, so it doesn't really matter now.
Eclipse.
Crap.
We're not finished here.
Well, that's phase, what, 4 now? Phase 4, yeah. Phase 5. I did not know this boss could drop health pellets in the middle of it. Never happened before. There you go. Final phase. That's the true fight. But no lives though, so I gotta be careful. If I die, then I gotta start back from the beginning of it. At least it's the checkpoint, but I gotta be careful. Take the hits here, it's fine. Do more damage to her than she can do to me. And this will be GG's. There it is. And you see, I'm coming in here with a super easy item set, so it makes that boss way easier than it should be.
No! The Earth Dragons must suffer! The Water Dragons will have justice! I will have my revenge!
Parameters met. Initiating playback.
Hello again, love. I pray that you'll hear these words somehow, because I know that this
I understand it, it's just a number sign. You would think it would just be like a big line going through it.
Marie, I wish I could be there with you right now. We had, but I hope that no matter what happens, you'll find your own happiness.
No, there has to be more. There has to be something else. Play it again! Bring her back! Bring her back!
I don't know if we can.
Please,
I don't even know how that happened. It just happened.
I just want to see her one more time.
We can figure it out. We can do it.
Murga, you believe that all of this is for her sake, don't you?
Ah, crap.
Syntax.
Kind of forgot about that, didn't we?
Blasted her off the ship along with Serpentine.
Code Black version 2 initiated. Termination protocols initiated. Mood harvesting to commence as scheduled.
Something's coming this way! How many times are we gonna have to save the moon before it stays saved?
Keep up your
I like to
spirits,
think that's
Wildcat.
more or less a
Let's
reference
put
to the
stop to
Sonic
this.
moon being destroyed multiple times, even like Dragon Ball destroying the moon
Go.
multiple
I won't
times.
resist.
Like other
I've
series
much
having
to
that
think
problem.
about.
Because we don't ever see the moon in this game get destroyed. It keeps on getting attacked, but never fully destroyed. I like to think of it as a reference to other medium that has that problem. Man, that's a C! Ah, God. The worst ranking yet. Oh, here we go. Final level. Here's hoping it's not a C. I'll take a B at least, not a C. Yeah, if you destroy the moon, you do screw up a lot of stuff. The whole world's climate is just completely screwed over. There's tide issues. You don't want to actually get rid of the moon. It's a real big problem. It's kind of a problem with a lot of medium. When they destroy the moon, they don't really touch on what happens after you get rid of it. Like when Sonic loses a good chunk of its moon, nothing really changes on the planet, so I never really talk about it. What happens in Dragon Ball all the time, it again doesn't really matter. The only story significance is, oh no, people can't transform down to Ozarus, that's it. Like the Saiyans are a little screwed over, but that's it. Don't worry about the tides though. We don't care about the tides. It's always a missed opportunity in like games or anime when they destroy a moon. And they never touch on it. It's like, you know, that would actually make a huge problem, right? Half the planet come giant ice ball. That's another point, yeah, because the climate change thing. Actually, wouldn't it be the exact opposite? Where getting rid of the moon would actually make the planet burn? Because it's now being shielded by the sun at all times. And other stars around it. So the Earth would just get screwed over more because of the sun. That's the whole reason why we have a moon. Barely made that. Holy crap. All right, hurry up, though. Gotta go. All right, we're good. We're pretty much at the end now. Dark's axis will go haywire or side of the face, the sun for a long time, which eventually goes towards the night side or half-face sun. Okay, so I get why it could be either or. It could either just burn itself up without the moon or just maybe freeze up a bit because it goes further away. I get what you're saying. I wasn't even thinking of that. That's a nice freeze frame. Alright, now get your health back. I actually hit that? Kinda shocked. Okay, I'm really not doing great with health here. Gotta be careful. I say as I dodged, but didn't get the dodge out in time. Missed. Horribly. There you go. That's enough for phase 2. Get more health back. I would be mad if that somehow hits you in the cutscene. You're too far away, but still. If that attack happened like mid-stage, I think I would have got hit. Because this cutscene, I think it's kind of bugged out. The health is not supposed to be here, I think, right? Probably is. It's not like I've seen this now 4 times or anything, right?
All right, girls, let's finish this.
Oh, I ran out. I was like, what happened to my meter? It's gone. That's what happened.
We're not finished here.
Alright, that's a good amount of damage. I just get away from this point. Nice! You know what? The strats. They wait for you. They know. They know. I can still win this. I just gotta be super careful. Crap! I feel like I've been here before. Feel like I've been here before. Hate everything. Man, isn't that just deja vu to Carol? Worst part is, I feel like if you die like that after the boss is dead, you might have enough time for it to clear the level. But because I died the same moment the boss dies, no, I don't have enough time. One of those situations. It's like, if you time that better, then maybe the death when the boss is dead would be fine. And it is very possible with the item set I have for that to be the case, because I do the chip damage. Did it actually do damage in that phase? I didn't know you can do that. Interesting. I mean, it's not worth it, but you can do it, apparently. Alright, that's phase 1. Crap, missed. Crap, missed again. Fine. There you go, that's good enough, get away. It's fine.
I'm just warming up.
It's nice if Lilac can boost like that. I don't remember that ever being a thing in any of the other encounters here. That has to be new. I do not think. What was Wait a minute. Hang on. Did Carol just jump up without an animation? What happened? Did she actually just do what I think she did? Because I'm a little confused. Hang on. Timeout. Ref. Also, you can't hide here? That's clever. Huh. Didn't know that they would actually call it out. That's interesting. All right, hang on. We need to check something. We're going to watch this together. We're going to watch this together here. Hang on. I'm very confused. I think she T-posed in. I'm calling it now. I think she T-posed in. Give me 1 sec here. I'm going to add the clip. I'm going to mute it because we don't need to hear it. Let's see here. Could be this one, right? Do unactive. All right, here you are. Media source. this way, because I'm not going to be able to pause it immediately. Just disable it from everything. Okay, let's hit play. Mute. Hang on. I gotta... Is that correct? Yep, okay, hang on, it is. It just... I forgot a thing. Hang on. I'm putting that in the wrong layer. That's some streamception if I've ever seen it myself. I'm gonna just do this. Media source. There you go. Okay, hang on. Let's get rid of streamception over here. Remove that. Okay. So now if I do this. Hey, there you go. Now it doesn't look horrible. Okay. So I do the fight. It was a little bit further ahead. Around here-ish, right? This is when Carol should appear. And when she appears, she doesn't have an animation. Lilac boosts in. And from here... Yep. She just jumps in. No animation. Just still. And then she has an animation which hits the ground. That's cursed. Lower that a little bit. 50%. I want to see this in slow-mo. I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew I wasn't crazy. Yep. She jumps in with no animation. That is cursed. That is cursed. Holy crap. Carol's like, I don't feel like emoting. Yep. Yeah, that's a Carol mood. Okay, I'm glad we failed the boss again if we're gonna see that, because that was worth it. That was worth it, man. See, when I see a random thing, sometimes it's my eyes playing tricks on me, but then there are times I know what I'm talking about. That's one of them. That is one of those I am right moments. I know what I'm talking about. It's something dumb, isn't it? Here it is, the dumb thing. And people wonder why I do the replay buffer thing. How the heck? Hang on. How? How did we already go to phase 3? We skipped the whole phase of damage. Alright, we take those. I don't know what I did differently, but I did something good. Don't know what it is. I would like to have known so I can replicate it for future fights. Unless I checkpointed between phase 1 and 2, that might actually be it, but I don't really remember that being a thing in any of the other character stories, so either we just got really lucky or the game might have just got confused. We take those. As I was saying, Carol moments are why I have a replay buffer on my streams. It is worth it. One of the best things I ever added to my stream settings. A replay function. There you go. Good. Done. Finished.
Central command core offline. Engines offline. Escape pods offline. Distress beacon active.
Kale animation. Error 404 not found.
5 minutes.
We have to leave. It's not safe here.
I'm going ahead to get Corey. Good luck. Be careful.
Murga, move!
There's no point. Leave me.
No! Come with us!
This guy reminds me of Thunderblade, and a lot of the attacks do feel like Thunderblade. I can see it.
Hold on! I've got you!
If that's not a C, then I'll be surprised. Yeah, I was really not wanting that, but that was a pretty sloppy performance at the last half. And then the boss. Boss especially. There you go. GG's. We beat Freedom Planet 2 fully now. Every single character story now has been cleared.
Of our 3 kingdoms,
That will do it for the
threat of
stories.
Bakunawa has come to an end.
Now see Bakunawa fall down for the 4th time. That thing cannot catch a break.
Yet as the moon we defended so passionately fades into the horizon, I cannot help but dwell on the unsettling truth that has been revealed to us. What is punishment enough for conspiracy to silence an entire world? Will an act of forgiveness lead to peaceful resolution? Or will it buckle under the weight of those unwilling to change?
I just noticed their ship says Coastal Guard.
Nevertheless,
Really?
I feel
They couldn't call it Coast Guard, so they just called it Coastal Guards. Like, close enough. We have Coast Guard at home. Coast Guard at home.
Our world for generations.
Literally one of those moments.
The atrocities of our past should never be forgotten, but neither should they be repeated. Under regular circumstances, our laws would pronounce your deeds to be acts of war, and in the former sergeant's case, treason. Such crimes would be punishable by life in prison, or even death. However, these are not regular circumstances. In light of certain facts that have been brought to light, the severity of your punishments will be reduced. I hereby sentence the 4 of you to 6 months of community service. You will remain in Shang-Tu for the duration of your sentence, to clean up the mess caused by your callous disregard for our property.
And you'd better do a good job. Those fossils in the museum ain't gonna rebuild themselves, you know.
As you wish. Captain Kalau will do as the Hammer of Justice wills.
Well, on the bright side, I guess you get to see me more often, sis.
I just want just to scream again. It's like community service. Because just doesn't care. Everyone else is fine with it. But just doesn't really care. He wants to have fun.
But I strongly
He's a kid after all. Makes sense.
For an Earth Dragon's ruling. And now
also, this is his final ruling, as after this, we already know from their stories, the Magister steps down as being a Magister. So maybe we'll finally know his name in Freedom Planet 3, because you can't call him Magister anymore. Unless they just change his name to X Magister just to screw with people. Like, his first name is X. He had it legally changed from the.
That is good to hear. And thank you, all of you. Once again, the day is saved thanks to your efforts.
Pshaw, saving the world, no worries. Well, actually, Scary Lady here was new to all this, but we showed her the ropes.
Yes.
Freedom Planet 3 and the Magister disappeared. Well, at that time, it could still be Neera, so that just means that Neera disappears.
There is something else.
Or maybe it's because of the election. That's what they frame around the story for Freedom Planet 3. So it's just called Freedom Planet 3 Election Day. And it's just you vote for the new Magister because Neera's time is done.
I'm stepping down as the leader of Shang-Tu.
What? No, Magister, you can't.
Freedom Planet 3 just couldn't be the voting simulator everyone asked to not do. Please don't. They just give it to us anyways.
We will take a page from our
hey, if Sonic can make a meme game, why not Galaxy Trail? Why can't they do that, right? Everyone can make a meme game.
The proceedings are fair and just.
Just don't make meme game like that stupid, crappy thing on the Wii U that was technically against the terms of service. Don't make that. That game sucks.
What?
I mean, it makes
what was it called? Meme Run? Don't make that. Play the Freedom Planet begin the next democracy.
And we have the freeze burns and jail time to
I mean, I like that for story reasons. Like, we're done being a dictatorship, you know, having one ruler be the ruler anymore. Now we're gonna have a diplomacy. Like, I like that plot change. That makes sense. It shows evolution.
That was about to eat the moon. That is both a rare sentence and achievement.
In that case, it would be my honor to accept this duty. I will not fail our people, nor leave our lands undefended.
Excellent. Then I pronounce you Regent Neera Lee of Shang-Tu.
Woo! Congratulations, Lady Neera! Yeah, major congrats, Scary Lady. I mean, Regent Scary Lady.
Thank you. But what will you do now, Magister?
There is still
No,
so
I would
much
kind of
history
expect,
lost or hidden
though,
away by the
with
Earth
how
Gang.
Neera's character is, she would still
intention is to
correct
roam the
Carol on
world
that
of
one.
Africa.
It's like, just
Try
please,
not
just
to
call
let
me
remnants
Neera.
remain.
I'm tired of this scary lady crap.
But for now, get some rest, and I shall prepare what duties lie ahead of you as regent.
Didn't think I'd see you again.
I live here. And I thought you might like to know that the Magister has decided to abdicate from his position. He saw it fit to choose another to oversee the future of Shang Tu. Looks like your revolution was a success after all.
Yeah, right. So he's gone off to do whatever it is that ex-royals do, but he's put a puppet on the throne to take his place. So the system goes on and nothing changes.
Perhaps. It is difficult to question the ways we've always known. I hope for a future where a dialogue between the old and new can occur without violence, and I think new leadership can facilitate that.
Sure are putting a lot of faith in the new guy.
New gal. And again, perhaps. Mila, report.
It's Lilac! She's awake!
Is he still trying to figure it out? I was like, wait a minute.
Guys got here a little
New gal.
She's gone off to
Just
find
said, like,
Virgo.
report. Oh, crap. I just made fun of my new region. Oh, crap. Like,
So she's
he
pulling
should
a
have
Carol.
that, like,
I see.
cog turn his in his head, realizing he just talked down to the new ruler, and he could have had a harsher sentence.
When do you think she'll come back?
Given her inclination towards heroics, I would presume we would merely have to weather some kind of alien invasion, and she would come running back.
You're not wrong there. I could put on a cape, laugh maniacally, and declare my plan to conquer the world.
Please do not.
As your regent, I say, no. Don't, please. We don't need any more wars. We just got done with one. No more. Oh my, that was called Slightly Defrosted? Are you kidding me? They know what they were doing with this achievement, but still! Clear the game as Neera. That's the final one of the 4 characters to get. Because at the moment, there are 4 playable characters in the game, and I don't see it getting any more than 4. At least from what I'm hearing, there's not any plans for DLC for this game like there was with the first game. But to be fair, the plans for the DLC for the first game seem to have been quietly canceled. So even if it did seem to have plans for DLC, I don't know what they would do. Or even like if we would get it. Because honestly, at this point, it's better just to go right to a new game. Make a sequel instead of DLC for this. Because what we got is more than enough, in my opinion. Yeah, went from dictatorship to military. That is kind of what Neera is, though. She is more like rules sense, so I can see her being like a military captain more than just a leader of a country like a dictator. So for her, she would have more law, not just more demands, so to say. But yeah, this was it. This was our final story. So at this point, this wraps up the entirety of Freedom Planet 2, which, if you haven't tried it, I recommend it. I think it's a much better game than the first one, but to be fair, I love the first game, so that's not really saying the first one's bad. I'm just saying this one improves so much of what they had going with the first game. It takes what worked, improved upon it, and added new stuff that's even more interesting, in my opinion. And this game is like, what, 20 bucks on Steam, something like that? It's not that expensive. It's pretty reasonable, and it can run on a potato. It can run on an actual potato. Let me see. I'm pricing. Oh no, it's $24.99. Okay, it's a little bit more than I thought. I honestly think for what you're getting, $25, that's really good. For what you're getting here, that's a good quality game for that price tag. So many games are 60 to 70 bucks nowadays, and I just don't feel like they have as much substance to it. This game is really worth it. I think it's a quack game. I see what you did there. Also, Draw the Completionist. I didn't even notice that he had a special thanks in the credits. He might have helped contribute like some opinions, I guess, to the game or something, because I'm not exactly sure what he would have done. Not 100% sure on that one. That's cool. Yeah, some indie games are like 40 bucks. So again, compared to a lot of other games out there, this is really worth its price tag. And it goes on sale almost every Steam sale from what I've noticed. And it's discounted by about 20-ish% or something like that. You usually save about $5. Didn't see Gerard the first 3 times? Really? I kind of want to watch back the credits of the other ones just to see. I do have the VODs, but I don't know about that. If anything, I'll just like skip to like the endings and just check them out that way. It'd be easier to do that. If anything, maybe it got added later on, but he did do a completionist episode, I believe, on the first game, but not the second. Yeah, and that was 2 years ago, so I don't know if it was thanks for that. No, it's not. Not based on that logic. I'm gonna go look real quick on the credits between our streams, because I have them all here. One's for September, when the game came out. One would be about 2 months ago, and then obviously one we did about 3 weeks ago, something like that. Also, look at those times. Ignore the rankings, please. Ignore the rankings on those last set of levels. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, here we go. I'm looking at part 2 here for special thanks. No, he was there. He was there in the beginning. Gerard the Completionist Khalil in September 15, 2022. This was still at like 1.0. So, no, he was credited since the beginning. We just never saw it. We didn't catch it. It's fair. That can happen. From what I've seen, all the special thanks are the same. Nothing changed between updates or anything. The credits are pretty much all the same. But yeah, there you go. All the time capsules, our total stage time is less than 3 hours, but our file time is a little over 7. Closer to 7.5. Pretty much right in line with what I would expect. And also, the whole game. Did it all in a dress. I give her credit on that one because, you know, normally characters doing this crap in a dress, ugh. It's kind of a pain to not have some wardrobe malfunctions, so to say. Amy and Sonic Adventure 1. Just, if you know, you know. The reason why they changed how her character's model looks in future games, making the skirt longer.
I'm so sorry. What happened to the water dragons was a travesty, and the passage of time has not been kind to their memory. I wish I could be there with you right now. We had so much ahead of us. But I hope that no matter what happens, you'll find your own happiness. And who knows? Perhaps we'll even be together again. Someday. But for now, my work isn't over. Not yet. End entry.
Anything we know, this is what a sequel is going to focus around. Cordelia. And what her mission is. We'll see her later on. But for now, that's it. That is everything at this point. Every single story has been cleared. And on average, of course, our Lilac one was the longest, though we still went back to the file. Our Carol and Mila ones are pretty close, but Mila was the fastest playthrough. Neera, I'm not surprised, took an extra hour compared to everyone else because Neera herself is a more complex character compared to the 4. First time getting to play as a newcomer. Of course, I'm going to struggle a little bit here and there with things. That makes sense. But I'm glad we were able to experience the full story between every character. And just honestly seeing how they went, I think Carol and Lilac are the two that have the strongest stories. Like, if you want more of the storyline for what happens with the main game, Lilac is probably the strongest story mode for that. Like, just explaining Murga's intent and all that. And she has probably more of the interactions that give you more of that reasoning for Murga's intent. I would say Lilac on that front. But Carol probably has some of the most the character between her and her sister that I'm a big fan of. But also Mila's really good too. We finally learn she's not from this planet. She's technically from Brevon's planet, so she's an alien. It's just all the stories are really good. Neera's was the weakest only because she didn't have like the same big quality like the rest of them, but she had that whole Ascal thing. That was her big thing, just kind of the interaction with him being betrayed. Yeah, that was it. Technically, there's a lot more to do, like there's a whole bunch of badges, but all this at this point is something I can do in my own time. Because it's a thing where it's achievement hunting at the end of the day. You don't really need to do this. It doesn't really do much for you. But if you want to do more, it's here for you. And that's the thing I'll just do on my own time. Photo album, since there's a photo mode in this game, because it's like every single game has to have one of these. You have this, but I'd rather just do screenshots in Steam. You can actually view your cutscenes now. This was the thing they added later on in updates, which is a cool thing. You can actually watch every cutscene in the game once you cleared it in each character's story. I like that idea. It's a really good idea. That's it. So, before we end this, though, specifically, before we end this series, I want to show... There you go. I want to show off one more thing with Freedom Planet 2, because after this, we're going to be fully done with the series. And I'm glad I was able to play the game in its entirety, but this game changed a lot in development, and I just happen to have a whole bunch of beta builds. Like a whole bunch of these. And luckily, you can get these for yourself as well, because Galaxy Trail has been really good about preserving their own demos. It's all in the Internet Archive. You can get every single one of the demos for both Freedom Planet 1 and 2. And these are all very different demos. So I'm going to actually put this in the chat. So if people wanted to... How'd I get an extra... Okay, you know, does this link work? Is the way I hoped? Okay, it does. For some reason, I don't have that 22 here. It's adding the number at the end, so I was confused. You have a lot of different demos here, and they're very different. So that's why I wanted to share that. And I'm going to start way back in the beginning here for the first one. Now, the only question is, I don't know if we're going to get sound right away with this. This is going to be a weird thing that I'm going to have to deal with, so I'm going to set things up a little bit easier for my front here. This way, you guys can actually hear what's going on. I don't know how well this is going to work out with audio capture and the software, so I'm just going to do one quick thing here. The audio output. Is it yeah, no, it's this. Okay. I haven't used this in so long, so I'm trying to remember what exactly I have to do for this or that. I don't use this anymore. I just capture my gameplay audio through my games on PC now. So, the thing. How does this work again? Apparently horribly. Apparently horribly. Unless, oh, wait a minute. Is it not swapped over? Hang on. We're going to try that again. You should be able to hear it now. There you go. Oh, that's loud. No, we don't need scream in my ear. I'm good. Okay, that's better. Here's another problem, though. Here's another problem. You guys may not notice this right away. You may not notice this right away. But I notice it. So I'm going to turn on a frame rate counter here so you can see my problem. I also need to turn the sounds really loud in my ears. I'm just going to go into the game. This was a thing they actually updated after the game came out. Look at the frame rate, and look at how fast it moves. So, this game was never designed at first for 60 frames per second onwards. Well, let me clarify. This game was not designed for anything past 60 frames per second, so it runs in double time. You can see the timer going much faster than it's supposed to. So, unfortunately, the way you fix this is you have to cap your frame rate. No, I'm not downloading anything. Go away. You have to cap your frame rate, which is kind of a problem. So I have to go into my system settings and go straight down to 60 FPS. It's not ideal. But thankfully, I thought of this for later builds of the game. By later builds, I mean the final build. It happened when the game went 1.0 status. Kind of took a while. But now the game runs at a perfect 60. It won't overclock. Unfortunately, a lot of PC games in the indie scene have this problem, because Freedom Planet 2 was not the only one. A lot of the Shantae games have this problem up until Seven Sirens, actually, because I think Whiskey's Revenge, Pirate's Curse, and Half Genie Hero, all three games have this problem too. They have to cap your monitor's frame rate, or just cap it in the game settings somehow. But yeah, this game was designed weirdly on screen size. It says 720p, but it's not. So there's that for one. And also, this was before they had controller prompts. So things look horrible. Like, absolutely horrible. So I'm going to start this one with Lilac. We're going to be streaming this probably for about half an hour at most, I would say. But not much here. I'm just going to play through this level real quick. Maybe once fully. And then we'll just dabble with other builds with our characters. But here's what your difficulties are. Easy is just these 2 items. Normal is just gem boosters. And then hard is no stock with double damage. These items did get changed a lot over time, but I want to point out something. Does the gem booster look a little bit familiar to you guys? Like, a little familiar in the screen? On the other part of the screen here too? Yeah, this is where I got my sub badges from. It's a Freedom Planet reference. I had to color them myself, but the blue one's based on this. Like 100%. Anyways, here are all the items in this demo. You have cheaper stock, auto guarding, max life up, strong revivals, nothing. Earth Charm, Water Charm, Gem Boosters, which I love how they had to have 2, because there's only 1 item you can have per slot, so they have to have 2 of them. Still nothing. No stock, double damage, no petals, which I believe I used the no petals version specifically to make the gem badge. And time limit. You have to select things, so I don't... No, it does let you go in with no items. Huh. Okay, I didn't know that. Also, the song doesn't loop like it does in the final product. It ends and it starts back up, which is very different. Alright, so now the game's actually going to run correctly. We can get into this. This looks very different, for starters. In terms of the graphics, the Lilac model here, look at her. She looks a little more rough around the edges. And this was the case for a lot of the earlier builds. I don't think the art style got more fine-tuned until 104 or something like that. Like, at least to how we know it now. Some sounds are a little bit different, but for the most part, the game does play the same. The level design, though, did change pretty drastically in some areas. I believe some of these set pieces are not the same in the final build. Also, you're hearing the song is ever so slightly different, too. I say as I'm going to cut the bonus thing, so we can't hear it. Lilac's boost is not really that fast by comparison, I feel. Like, this boost feels a little more nerfed. So there's that. Yeah, see, that boost really does feel way slower. But the voices were pretty much finalized at this point, I feel like, for the characters. They just add, I think, a little more to them over times. But the standard attack and grunt noises they make, yeah, that's been a thing since 2017. Like, it feels like they had this nailed down pretty early on. Just so at least they can figure out things for different movements, I guess. I can't remember. Can she do the disruption part? No, yeah, she can do that. That was introduced starting with this. Because honestly, Freedom Planet 1's early beta felt extremely different from the final product because it had so many things absent from it. But this, in comparison, this just feels like an earlier build of Freedom Planet 2. Like, it feels like the same game, but some things are different, feeling-wise. That's it. Core mechanics are all the same. So this is one of those that really didn't change, I feel, all too much, at least when it comes to its raw design. But they added so much to the game over time. We never saw that until it came out. And then this level, obviously, this, I think, had more of the changes between the different beta builds, besides fixing a lot of glitches and fine-tuning some character movement. But if anything, the biggest change between the builds was this level. Because this level has some stuff that changed almost every build, if I'm not mistaken. Like right here, there's no bridge. It's just mountain. That was added later on. But yeah, it's really hard to notice it in the song, but the instrumentation is ever so slightly different here than it is in the final product. Also, the boss meter definitely was a work in progress, because the boss meter doesn't fill the screen correctly. It just kind of stops. Yeah, needless to say, that got fixed later, and for the better, because this doesn't look that good in comparison. Just kind of gave up halfway through. there you go. Boss defeated. So that pretty much played the same. Again, I think the music's slightly different. Sound balancing here is worse. But the victory screen song is different. It's more... like, the tune is the same, but it's like less instruments. It was more added later on. This part I think is about the same, because I think the ending jingle after the victory jingle, I don't think they changed between development. But yeah, that's it. You only play one stage. That is all you get. But for an alpha, yeah, that's fair. Okay, that's how you exit. Okay, cool. So that's that one. So now I'm going to go back and play 103 here. I'm going to swap, I think, to Mila specifically this time, because there's a specific problem I remember happening in one of these early builds. And, okay, well, here's a problem number one. This was a different problem. Sometimes it doesn't fill your screen correctly because of the settings. Something also fell. I don't know what that was. I'm going to assume that was There you go. That's better. I'm going to swap to Mila specifically right away, because I'm not sure if they fix this for later. I'm going to do this. Why not? Make her the easy mode. She, for the most part, I remember playing the same. Again, her model looks a little bit different. A little more rough around the edges. But notice that sound. They changed it, I think, a little bit, because I think it's the same pitch from the first game. I think it has more of a reverb in the second, although that could also be a placebo. Oh, the meter also functions differently, too. I just noticed that. Look at this. It just goes, like, full up. That looks weird. Although, wait, it could just be a graphical difference. I think it also does that in her story. Like, the same kind of, like, random jump up. I'm also probably having, again, that placebo effect happen. But I just want to see, is this the build that has this glitch? Because, again, at this point, we're probably not beating the stages anymore with these characters. 50 crystals are just an object, not just dropping crystals. That is definitely different. Nope, wait a minute. Gotta get more speed. I think this is the one that has it fixed. Hang on. There was a parallax scrolling bug. I'm trying to see if it was in this build or not. It might be in the 1.0 build. I think it's 1.0 build. I'm gonna go back really quick then for that. Because this is a thing I want to point out. That's not the right thing. This is a thing I want to point out, and this is what they were doing between updates. But I actually have a video on my channel of this alpha. Because when I was first playing it, I ran into a pretty nasty glitch. And my video, along par with many videos that were posted about this glitch with Mila, I'm pretty sure is what made them change it. Because Alex Trail saw this bug and realized, oh crap. She goes through floors. Alright, we gotta fix that. Because this game was very different with its zoom out effect and like the background, foreground objects. First game didn't really have anything like this, and you can tell that that definitely caused some problems early in development because of certain issues. That's why I'm glad I have multiple beta builds. So I can actually see if this is the case in this one. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to remember what the specifics were. I may have to watch my video to remember what happened. If not, I'll just link you guys to it. Something like this, I think, right? No, I hit the layer. Okay, hang on. One more try, and then I'm gonna just look up what happened. It was a pretty nasty glitch, and I was trying to see if I could replicate for the stream. But to be fair, it's one of those probably, it happens kind of things. It's just not a thing you just had happen. Okay, yep. How did I do it? I don't remember how that specific glitch happened. Do I still have it in my videos here? Hang on. I'm gonna look really quick. I might not actually have that folder anymore. Oh, I don't have that folder anymore. Never mind. Faster way to find it is on the YouTube Studio. Okay. I can show people what I'm talking about at least with the video. This happened in a very early build. I'm trying to remember the specifics here. Maybe that was it. Okay, that was it. If you boosted through layers here, it just didn't work correctly. And now I see how it got triggered. Okay. Which means I can easily do it again. Oh, what is this? I also forgot this was a mechanic they just got rid of. Like this whole big cube thing, they don't do that anymore. I don't even know how I triggered it, but they got rid of that. Oh, I think I know how it happens now. In terms of at least like logic, you're going back and forth between layers so fast. This was a bug in the original builds. Like it happens, and they just drop through. They patched this, so I can't replicate it, but at least I know how it happened. Okay, next build. I'm glad I had a video to showcase that, because I don't know how I actually did it now. Even watching, I'm still not 100% sure. I have this set up correctly for audio, right? I'm paranoid myself. Okay, that's correct. Alright, this one I'm going to swap over to Neera now, as we just finished that playthrough with her, so we can see what changes here. And you're going to notice a big thing with her momentum being just completely different. Although the attack's the same. I think the staff is slightly color different. But look at her momentum. It's not the same. Her trail's different. Like, it's still an icy trail, but it's more like a thick white. Like it's a glacier ice. But she doesn't have the same momentum in the sky like she does in, like, Final Build. That's completely different. They didn't add that until near the end, I think, of these alphas. Like, you can see, she is essentially the same in every other front. She does the same attacks, but she doesn't have, like, the aerial attack or the ground attack. Oh, no, she does have aerial attack, but the aerial attack looks different. It doesn't look as good, I think. But yeah, she doesn't have the slam ice attack here. She still freezes enemies, though. Still effective. Oh, 6 next. We can start seeing the icons are starting to get more reformed at this point. Starting to get closer to what they are in the final release. Also, the text is slightly changing, too, to be a little more refined. Now it's Carol's turn. Her moveset essentially is the same between the games. Like, well, between the different alphas, if I'm not mistaken. What happens if you put on both of these? You just get one of them, okay. So her moveset, again, is pretty much the same. She has, like, the strong kick, the upper aerial attack. She has the roll, but I think, again, her momentum's slightly different here. Because I can't just, like, do fast kicks in air like I can in the final build. But we're going to play a little bit of this to get to her motorcycle. Because, again, I believe that is almost the same as it is in final product. But besides that, I believe she plays pretty much the same between builds. She just gets more refined between the builds. That's about it. Pretty much I like every character, I can just say that about. Oh, and then, I don't know what point, maybe this is the point they changed it, where the item you collect is not just an object. Which that's probably for the better. So there's her bike. So she can still obviously do all the same stuff here she can in the final game. Do the double jump, the attack with the bike, same kind of attacks. And she could still store it. I believe that was a thing even from like a very first beta. Now I want to make sure about that. Again, we're going to go way backwards. Go back to 1.0. Because we're almost done actually looking at this. Again, there's not much different between these versions as there was for Freedom Planet 1's alphas. This is a radically different game. Because keep in mind, Freedom Planet 1 originally was supposed to be just a Sonic clone, essentially. It was a Sonic fan game that turned into an official release. Oh, this version, oh, she has like only claw moves. They didn't add her kicks and such until later. She has the disc, but she doesn't have the kicks. And the kicks are some of her best forms of attack, so I'm glad that was added. Here she plays more or less like how she did in the first game, just with one new mechanic. I think there's a whole changelog somewhere online. It might be in Cutting Room 4, I would think? I'm not 100% sure whether there's a changelog between the versions. That still exists, mind you. Because that used to be a thing on the Steam page, since this alpha was on the Steam store. But now, there's just a sample demo on the Steam store. It's not the same thing. The demo you get is essentially the same as the final build. I think even getting the same updates as final build. Yep, no, even in this build, she holds on to the bike. And if you just press guard, you get it back. But she can't do the upward attack here with the bike. That was added later. She could do the downward one. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, but her animation. Oh. It's a one-time pony. You can't do it again. Man, you can tell a lot changed between builds. Like a lot. Speaking of which, let's go near the end. 107. It still looks pretty much the same as every other build. But now the title screen's a little different. In fact, it's very different. It's final build quality. We have a proper main menu. We have the gallery mode. We have a proper, like, setup for settings. We got disgusting filter. No, thank you. Don't ever use that. Still don't have, like, the button prompts from a controller, but this is essentially one step away from final product at this point. Because now we can even see the items setup is a little bit different. We have a meter now, like we do for the final game for the shield health or any of the potions specifically. But you can't add potions. Although at this point they got rid of 2 gem boosters because what's the point? But now the art style is getting more refined, because look at Lilac here. Now she doesn't look weird. But is this still the point where the frame rate was screwed up, though? Give it a second. Things go crazy when you do that in Windows. Nope, okay, no, frame rate's still horrendous. Or is it actually? Wait a minute. This feels a little bit better than I thought. Unless it's because I swapped mid-launch. No, it's in 60 frames. It's not going past that. Maybe that was because of mid-launch. Let me try it again real quick. Because one of these, I know they fixed this, finally. It might just be the final one. And I think it is, because that intro was fast. Oh, no, maybe it was this one. Hang on. If that doesn't change past 60 frames... Oh, okay, there's a weird thing. They didn't implement the frame interpreter correctly yet, but they were trying. So the game's running in 60 frames, but internally it's not. Internally it's still running whatever your frame rate is, monitor-wise. So it's trying its best, but the game is still in double time. This is the dumbest. This is the problem when you have like a high frame rate monitor at times you have to deal with. Normally, you don't get games with this much jank, but it's more or less older indies that have this problem. Modern indies don't have it. And thankfully, Freedom Planet 2 is not in this case. It just, this looks stupid. I do believe it's finally fixed, though, for 113, because 113 is the sample build you can play off Steam. Because this may say 120 FPS, but it's not going to run like that. And also, I think at this point, they finally added, yep, the new title screen there. Like, they added an extra company name. And now you can see the button prompts. 113S, I think it's based off of one of the changes they made in the update process. It was one of the builds on Steam that they had, like, I think October or November or something like that. Because now, look at all that. All the button prompts are here. Play with mouse and keyboard for whatever reason. Why would you play this with a mouse? But see that target frame rate? The frame interpolar has been added at this point. So this is essentially just final build. Like if you go to Neera, I can really show it. Whoa, whoa, what the heck? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, what is happening? It's not perfect apparently, but it is final build quality. The items have been a little more fine-tuned from what I can see. A little messed up there in the beginning, I don't know why. But yeah, now the stage is pretty much the same as this final build. This is essentially the final build. As we can see with the momentum being here. But I believe in 107 they added that too. I have to go back to 60 though. I can't do what we just did. Knowing how that was, oh god. Don't ever play the game like that. That just sounds like a nightmare. Also, I don't need this running anymore. Go away. But this is essentially it. After we look at this specific change, there's nothing left between these. For the most part, they are very similar at this point, the final build. And honestly, there's just not that much that really changed. There's just a lot of under the hood stuff. Oh yeah, 107 has this movement now. They did not have this until now. I'm not kidding. This was added in 107. And I think at this time, this was... When did this one come out? It was either 2021 or maybe 2020. I would like to say 107 was 2021. So this took a couple years to implement how Neera is like in the final build into this build. Like it wasn't there right away situation. But that's essentially it. At this point, everything else plays the same. The boss is the same between all the alphas, except again, got tweaked slightly here and there. The health bar got fixed over time. But it's essentially the same thing. So that's why I'm not redoing everything. I just wanted to at least show some of the under the hood stuff that really changed between the versions, because that's essentially what you want to see. Why is it every time I go in here this happens? I don't want to have that happen, because I want to end it with that music. But I have to do things like that, and now I can hit the full cam button. It's weird, I know. That's what happens when I do desktop capture. But yeah, that's it. At this point, that's all Freedom Planet 2, and I figured now that we finished the main campaign, this was the best time to take a look at the alpha stuff. And again, check out that archive.org link if you want to see all of the different versions for yourself. The only thing I should give people a heads up for if you download that, I had an issue with the 103 build. It just kept on giving me an error code when I launched it. But if you take an executable from one of the other builds and copy it into its folder, then it works fine. Something about that executable is broken. But you can use another build's executable file, and it'll just read the data from the folder for the right build anyways. It doesn't matter. Just something about that exe file's bugged. I don't know what happened, but it got bugged up. If you hear this Galaxy Trail, maybe fix that one on the archive site. That could help. But yeah, that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun, and I'm glad, what was it, like a 7-year long in the making promise I got to actually commit to, because I said after I beat Freedom Planet 1 and they announced 2, I was like, yep, gonna be there, day 1. Gonna be playing through that on a live stream, because we did with the first game. It established the channel's playthrough history, I feel, because that's kind of what we do now in general. Freedom Planet 1 was really the first game that kind of pushed me into that kind of format, and it worked for so many years. I'm a big fan of the series. I don't know if you noticed between this Lilac over there, how many hours I put into this game. You don't want to see how many hours I put into the first game. It's too many. But yeah, I'm glad we were able to play through all of it, and I enjoyed every single character's playthrough. They've been so fun. But that's a chapter closed at this point, because this went on much longer than I was anticipating because of a lot of other behind-the-scenes things that changed over time, especially where how last year pretty much stopped streaming after September, realistically. Things just got very crazy, and it's still kind of crazy in a lot of different ways. Still dealing with a lot of different things here and there, but at least I'm able to continue this as much as I can, so I'm glad to finish Freedom Planet 2. And on Thursday, the plan is to go back and stream Frontiers to finish that, but I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to be handling it just yet, because I want to play it with the build we were playing The game has gotten an update since, and it's been a couple weeks, so I don't know if I can play my 1.10 build anymore, because that computer that has it has been offline for 2 weeks, and I think that's the cutoff on Steam. We'll see. I don't want to play it with the new version. I want to finish that playthrough with the old one because of stuff they changed. But if I have to do that, you know, play it with the newer build, I do that. It's fine. I would prefer to finish it with the older release just to keep things consistent. I'm all consistency here. That's just kind of a thing I do, for better or for worse. But that's essentially it. So, not much to say. I can't really tab out of this game because the music will stop at this point. It's not like the other builds. So I'm going to have to do all the stuff in the stream deck, which is unfortunate because one of the things I have, I can't post correctly. But on the YouTube side, it's going to talk about my shorts. But specifically, I also want to mention that you should check out the latest set of videos from Octo Expansion because that playthrough has wrapped up on Friday. Now we're going through the bonus stuff, and it's not going to be that long. I mean, the one bonus video I have here is only about, I would like to say, well, this one here is like about 25 minutes, something like that, I think. I only have one more bonus video that covers new content, and there's one extra that's just some bloopers. But yeah, outside of that, that series is done this week. There's not much left. So I'm gonna get the link to that one. I can't post it correctly, like with a write-up. How the heck do I get my chat in this studio mode? Hang on. I don't use Twitch mobile much, and I can really tell. The edit stream info. That's not it. I'm just gonna go to my stinking channel. This is what happens when I can't tab out of a game. I didn't think of this. I don't know why I didn't think of this. But you know what? That's why we have a cell phone. There you go. Got it. Check it out if you haven't seen it already. Bonus stuff will be wrapping up this week and that playthrough will be done. Once that's done, I'm going to take a break from making like Let's Play videos for a little bit as I'm going to try to work on new stuff because I have nothing else honestly worked on. I'm normally like 5 steps ahead on that, but this time around I've been taking things in a different direction, so I'll be starting to work on something probably sometime this month. Maybe by May I'll have something to share with people. If not, maybe by the end of the month, who knows. But if you want to see something now, this one has started up something. And it's more Splatoon. Okay, if you don't want to watch this, I hate directions. If you don't want to watch this Splatoon, you can watch this Splatoon instead. I was trying my best to space that one out. And I think it worked out the best it could. But yeah, we're covering Splatoon 2 stuff finally over on the LP League or collab channel. And that's going to be both of the main campaign and then the DLC campaign. So you're getting the Otto Canyon stuff and Otto Expansion. So that'll be going on for quite some time on that channel. It's a pretty lengthy one. So check that one out if you haven't already seen it. That one was a lot of fun to put together. But that's essentially it. That's all the big stuff I wanted to talk about. So again, thanks to everyone who came out. And I'm glad we were able to finish up this playthrough, close that chapter, and now I can start enjoying this game off stream, technically. Because now I'll grind out the rest of my achievements on my own. But maybe we'll return to it in the future. Maybe we'll do something else for Freedom Planet 2. Maybe like a challenge run or just screw around the game. Who knows? But for now, time to move on. Now I was happy to play it, but I'm ready to start up new projects. And that'll happen next time. So thanks to everyone who came out. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you for the next one. So take care and have a good night, guys.